online. Though there has been a Windows update, so nothing is guaranteed.
The dread.
Well, it looks like it works. I'm also seeing both my little bars here on the audio mix a move, so that means we have both you guys and my own sound. Let's just send a message because we haven't been there for a little bit, so just let people know.
Yes, Girth. How many temp HP did I have?
What?
Was it 100?
200.
200. Okay. I
Yeah.
feel like I don't think I wrote it down on my character, but I
I
have
know.
multiple tokens
That-
around.
That's as far as things not to track are concerned, that seems like a pretty bad thing not to have track.
I think I did it, but I can't. Which, like, look, Nemaina's been going all over, you know?
Mhm.
She's a
I
busy
don't want to
woman.
hear excuses. 200 temporary hit points sounds really valuable to me.
Yeah,
So,
especially to me. That's more health than I have.
well, apparently they weren't if they slipped your mind.
Oh, man, I've had a lot to think about the last 2 weeks.
Okay.
I can't believe you're almost done. Shit.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you know,
I don't know. We'll see if you. I mean,
one way or the other.
yeah, yeah. I won't even be the second to last survivor, you know? Alexis is still out there.
He's obligated to help you guys in the final fight.
Oh, is he going to?
Yeah, of course. He
Oh,
doesn't have a
okay.
choice in that regard. That was the deal. Unless Amy Zuri says that he should go do something else for that time. But as it stands, he
Yeah,
is.
just hang out.
He is. You know, it's got to be there. And also, he kind of wants to because it's
I was
sort of
gonna say, I
important to
feel
him.
like
It's like
I don't know him that much. I've only watched,
know,
the
he
first
doesn't
20
want
episodes, and then. But I feel like.
Yeah, he's not as angry as Nemain, but he certainly doesn't share Amy Zuri's relaxed attitude in regards to that. He does not like wizards or what they do to people, and
I mean, it's really sensible, I think.
you know.
That's what I think about Alexis. A sensible person. That's.
All right. Well, it seems like everything's working. So perhaps we should just get going with a recap.
Fine. I'll do it. Huzzah.
Huzzah!
Well, welcome to Dreads the Dragon Coast, everyone. This is session 149. Last session was 2 weeks back. That was a conclave that happened. Emerald Enclave sovereignty increased to 5. Aerie went to meet Manchun to do some dungeon planning. She went into the tomb, the ancient tomb, where the campaign started, and found that the ascended Imaskarkana anathema moved, and devil corpses, dismembered devil corpses were inside. This ascended Imaskarkana anathema emits soul amalgams, threads and shards of souls that is devoured and awkwardly stitched back together. So, speed this up a little bit. Aerie's character confronted the statue and fought it for a little bit before escaping. The Illithids, deep below the ground, an expedition for Arundel, prodded a bit at the mountains. I've deflected them. I don't think anything else is coming from them for the rest of the campaign. Then a year passed. We're currently in that year. Aerie went to do more ritual research as she pondered what the fuck she was going to do about a dungeon, since the statue has yeeted itself out into the front. She now shares a pool of 400 temporary hit points with Yaffle. I extended the natural ley stones from the Golthandor region into the Giants Run Mountains. Succeeded on a roll for that. The statue has left the ancient tomb. It's an artifact fused with another artifact, going who knows where and doing what the fuck ever. And then Manikai ended the session early. Wanted to focus on this whole dungeon idea. And there was a big explanation of the statue artifact. That was the end of the short session 2 weeks back. We didn't play last week due to dungeon crafting. And Manikai falling apart. But Manikai has put himself back together. And the dungeon's together. The end.
Had a rough week the week before this one. Sick the whole one.
I can't help noticing this illicit thing
Yeah,
down here.
It's done
Just,
What
it's doing things.
Yes, Aerie, but it has nothing to do with our gameplay.
no, I know, but it's just like, oh yeah, this is the new play. What the fuck?
That appeared last session to poke
Yes,
around,
it
but,
appeared last session, and
but
it's a
it's
smaller
probably,
icon.
Nobody
Because
stepped
it's
See,
not
on
actually
space.
I
the
don't
full
look down
horizontal.
there on the map, you know. I look at Westgate. That's the center of the universe.
Yeah. Well, let's just go into time. It's summertime. Autumn, maybe even or late summer.
Would not wait that long.
All right.
As soon as early summer hits, Green Dragon goes to the Giants Run Mountains. Doesn't go directly to Dragonfang. Goes to Thunderhome. Because she figures she's going to put the question to the dwarves themselves over whether Lartnath has been there to enforce the new directive that she gave Lartnath if he wanted to keep the Horde there, the Dragonfang.
Mm-hmm.
There may have been a time where she was concerned about dwarven crossbows and ballistic. She certainly approached Thunderhome in much different ways in years past. Some of the dwarves who still live there will remember that. This is a different time. She's immortal, and she'll fucking throw every dwarf into the abyss if she has to.
Yeah, the dwarves also react differently when the dragon shows up. They have the edifice, Thunderhome-like build, and certainly larger than she remembers it. She hasn't been here for a long time.
It has been a very long time, yes.
It has carvings of dragons now whose mouths end in the sort of ballista positions and so forth. But they certainly act with a. She's unexpected. And sort of in an alarming way, as really she finds that most people react. Even the druids, when she shows up to tell them something, usually react with some trepidation. She's a creature that usually doesn't do anything unless it's incredibly important and sort of has dire consequences. And so her approach is always warrants some fear in those around her.
Why is she here? No, what? Who could have summoned her?
Who find out?
Who babbled?
Spell scarred? Aberrations? What is it?
Find them. However, I suppose she just lands outside, like right outside, or something.
Yeah, she instead of like once upon a time it was some distance away, like a nearby like small like little like taverns or like outpost, like within inside of the walls to have people come out. This time she just lands basically right in front of the castle gates, as if daring them to shoot at her. So she has an excuse to go in there and crush anything related to Tiamat.
Mm-hmm. I mean, no one does shoot at her, and eventually, you know, not long. It seemed like whoever was in there dropped whatever they were doing, and will come out a delegation of dwarves, probably nobles of some respect. You know, mostly fairly young, probably a newer generation, primarily.
Okay, they don't
And they
have their priest sled.
No, they bring with them what appears to be sort of a druid, a cavern druid, sort of a little bit like Perstrix the gardener does, right? They sort of making mushrooms and whatnot, cave farming and such. Seemingly having just, he doesn't seem to be of a high rank or anything, but probably they thought that would be a good idea to show that they have some respect for druidic people and for nature in general.
Mm,
A little pandering, perhaps. Then again, if
sure.
it's out of fear, maybe that's a good thing.
Maybe.
Um,
We'll
yeah. She doesn't see them wear any symbols of Tiamat. So they mostly have like hammers and beards and mugs of ale on their shields and stuff.
Sure. Green Dragon's a little hazy on the Dwarven Pantheon, but she knows how Tiamat symbols look at this point.
Yeah, it's like a lot of circle, spiral, color things, and they will approach, right? And a herald will come out and sort of bow deeply, introduce each of the dwarves. I don't think we care about who they are, really. Nor does Emizure. But there will be an inquest as to what warrants her visit, you know.
News may have spread from me, or from messengers related to me, or from the Golthandor region after the Emerald Enclave's conclave last year, or from Jacinta early last year, of my confrontation with Velignith, the avatar of Tiamat, which saw him dead by my claws. Now, I visited the Dragon Fane around this time last year and informed the dragons who oversaw affairs there of the change that would be imposed upon this land, given my hostility toward Tiamat, a necessity of survival. Her greed and strife cannot be allowed to prosper in the region. It presents direct harm to me. Lord Naff was so gracious as to volunteer to disseminate information and oversee the destruction of shrines devoted to the queen of all chromatic dragons, and ensure this dark goddess would not have a power base in this region any longer. I gave him a year to perform that task. The year has expired. I have arrived here to see how little of that work he actually did. You will now inform me of what all he has done and what you all have done, so I may ferret out who has failed. If anyone.
Most will nod and sort of one of them will speak. We were visited by Latna, who yelled from out here much upon our walls, somewhat incoherently, about the fall, the avatar of Tiamat, and the end of tyranny in the region. We tried to question the dragon, but it was clear it was not of sound mind. That was months ago. We have not seen it since then, though, in truth, the worship of Tiamat was always controversial amongst our kind. Moradin does not sort of looks for the does not tolerate the Queen of Dragons. This has been something we had to be quiet about for a long time. But our people are stubborn. Our roots go deep. Though I'm sure there's still some of the strife, tyranny around. It is not here you will find fanatics of the Dragon Queen.
Your worship of the Dwarf Father, and indeed of your entire pantheon, does not concern me. I welcome it, really. The alternative would be far more irritating. Permit me to see within your walls that such erections that would have been dedicated to her have been removed, and acknowledge that I will also be traveling to the oft fought over Mine of Silver, for I know the avatar of Tiamat once devoted it to her. Should I
Yes.
be satisfied? We
The
will
dwarves-
have no quarrel.
The dwarves look at each other. And sort of nod and says, you're welcome within our halls. As for the mine, there is still a strange air around it. It drives our people to greed. An unnatural level. Lust. The silver that lies within.
It is no surprise.
I do not know myself if this is because of Tiamat's influence, though Emissary is pretty sure it is.
Mm-hmm.
Nor would I know how to undo such a thing.
The avatar of Tiamat was very mighty indeed before his goddess formally invested her power within him, and many decades ago he ensured it would be a blossoming holy site dedicated to her. You have that on my authority. It is so. I will investigate this mine of silver then after I have done. Perhaps I can pry free her power, though I would suggest to your younglings, perhaps you find alternative means. I have ousted the undead that dwelled beneath these mountains, and destroyed the stone giant that ruled over them. You may find other opportunities to excavate for wealth that are not so devoted to a goddess of greed and strife.
That is mighty good news indeed. We have heard similar things from the travelers south, and we've sensed it. Our delvings. If the mountains are truly ours to prospect, will not lack work.
Your
Frankly,
Your expeditions will doubtlessly come across members of the Enclave. We have work to fill the void left by the undead, for they warded off aberrants from further below. I am sure your expeditions will welcome the protection.
He spits on the ground as soon as you say aberrants. Gold dwarves have a natural enmity towards the terror things from below.
Yes.
They at this point sort of genetically hate them. Because they have fought them for generations in their homeland. And so he says, if there are such things, then it's not just pigs we will bring.
Good. Lead me now into your city, so that I may have my look, and should all be as you say, I will depart.
They will invite you in and show you all the many dragon motifs that are everywhere. It's quite clear that the decades under the dragon fane has left its mark, right?
Absolutely.
You can see it in the iconography. A lot of like dragon scale warriors with dragon scale tower shields and sort of magically fire smithed and reinforced things and fire runes and burning weapons and they have all that, and they do certainly seem to venerate draconic power in a way. Though it seems more to be the power, the craftsmanship, the skill, than Tiamat exactly. It's clear that there were until recently there were shrines to Tiamat. Though the warning given by Lardnath seems to have made them reconsider them, and they have been sort of removed. Though the rooms with all the dragons are still there, there's no like altar,
right?
Priesthood.
It's like, the fortress is like, well, we already have all this statuary laying around. Like, we're
not gonna remove the statues. That's a huge amount of work. And some of them are load bearing. We're gonna. We like dragons still. Clearly, no one's gonna say that that's wrong. But they trade with Nethlek with the passage, and it's sort of like and from there also Termish, and it's just like dragons are a big deal. Okay, but not worshipping the Queen of Greed and Strife, that seems okay. There probably were dwarves who are seriously into it. Probably is still some of them somewhere. I mean, it's hard to know what people sort of harbor in their hearts of hearts.
Of course.
But, not openly, at least, at the moment. And probably, they will say that the cult of the dragon seems to have moved sort of northwest into the Forest of Worms, where they now presumably are plotting to do whatever it is they do.
Well, given how incompetent the cult of the dragon has been, and for as long as this green dragon has been alive, she assures the gold dwarves of Thunderhome she does not believe they will amount to much.
So some of the dwarves left with them to go there and do mighty things like bring undead dragons to rule the world and such, but it just isn't that good of a prospect. The part of Tiamat that attracted the dwarves is generally the greed, and generally the greed of the silver mine. The silver that has been mined from there is it's a little bit cursed. Like, not wholly to Tiamat, but certainly the presence of greed is strong in it. If you have those coins, you'll be loath to give them away. Which generally brings, people into conflict for various reasons.
Yeah. Alright. The Green Dragon will remain at Thunderhome until twilight, and then, satisfied by at least, like, the big picture stuff, like, how they're gonna, like, manage their own city moving forward is onto them. She just needs to make sure they're not lying to her, or that Lardnath didn't fail in his task. She will part with them on amicable terms, and, in twilight, fly towards the mine of silver that she, once upon a time, helped Valignith clear from, like, some sort of undead boneyard so that he could, like, reconsecrate the thing to Tiamat.
Yes, it seems to be a natural lay site. Power gathers there easily and can be attuned to a purpose. Currently, that would be to the holy blessing of Tiamat. In the past, it seemed to have been to the creation and sort of empowering of the undead. While in ancient times, presumably, it was blessed to earth elementals, allowing some of the silver to regrow over time. Hence, why it hasn't been mined empty in the ancient past, and still existed to this day. As she gets there, she herself will feel a hostile wind, right? This is a place to Tiamat, and although Tiamat is weakened, like if she had the current power to summon forth a herald, we know where that herald would go.
Absolutely.
Right
and
here,
so,
baby.
So while it takes time to recover from the sort of blow she got, she has to find new allies, foster her cults once more. Many of them were decimated. And do more things in secret, as Tiamat does, or scheming and then getting really powerful, then blowing everything in one big thing, failing, and then having to redo it all. That has happened a few times. But it seems to have happened again. And as Missouri gets here, there is a hostile, hot wind blowing towards her. Certainly not a wind of Sylvanas, but an unnatural, cursed wind. The dwarves down there she can presume, will be hostile to her. They will not, not because they worship Tiamat, but because they see a dragon and will know that dragons love wealth.
Right. The assumption that I'll be coming to take it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the Green Dragon will land at the mine. She'll feel that and feel perfectly vindicated in this need that yeah, this I can't have God forbid 200 years pass and some sort of fucking dwarven scion of Tiamat arises. Oh, that sounds like a headache. She thinks about who she knows who would help her to purify the site. She goes through her own mental Rolodex. Or thinking to herself well, if I could find Gildenfire, he wants to really feel useful again. Well, Martaine, he could be around somewhere. You have to fly all the way out there. But I really don't want to do this myself. I think that's what ends up motivating her. She's like, alright. Gotta go find someone else, make this their problem. Get them to do this for me. Looks at the outline of the mine in the distance. It takes flight, flies away from it. And as we're going to the summer, she's gonna go back to the Golthandor region. You know, Gildenfire promised that he would help one more time when the final battle would come. And you know what? This final battle could be against something that a metallic dragon would inherently and abhorrently oppose, and that's Tiamat. And there's a holy site devoted to her in this fucking mine.
Mm-hmm.
And the Green Dragon doesn't know how to purify that.
Well, Gildenfire is known as the Purifier, so his usual way of doing it is to burn everything and then say the ashes are now clean.
That's beautiful. It's
It's
just so
It's almost as
Controversial
if I've
take.
seen his purifying at work before and retained that in my memory and figured maybe, just maybe, this would be the right task for him.
Yeah,
melt all the stone? Yes, please.
Yeah, he has spent a lot of his time with the really the termish sort of colonies here, trying to foster a relationship between them and the Emerald Enclave that sort of doesn't result in these towns being wiped out.
That's good.
Laying down rules and such. Oh yeah, how do we deal with the fact that the sea is now further away because the cliffs are rising up and so, what does this mean for us? And sort of been working on the little stuff. People don't question a big gold dragon. They just don't really.
It's how are the rules going to be? Okay, I understand now. Thank you.
And he is less patient than he used to be, and he didn't used to be. He used to be called a rash gold dragon. So there is a little bit of more of an air of intimidation around him than most gold dragons have these days. His work with Martaine has clearly strained him in some ways.
And then he has to sit and wait on the Cindermoon tree to see if, he'll get his best friend back anytime soon.
Yeah, she is a
It's
grove now.
Oh, hey!
So
Still not a person.
Exists as a grove. Which is nice, but also,
Yeah, the conversation's a little dull. Not about squirrels.
But it's not hard to find him. He's visibly around on like one of these rocky pillars by the sea, right? So that people can find him, and he is visibly in the region, as to make sure that nobody tries anything, whether it be Malorites or lumberjacks.
Yeah, they can come and get wisdom from the Elder Gold Dragon.
Mm-hmm.
About how life is. Yeah.
He's looking out across the sea.
That Green Dragon catches that, that pose from a distance. Her mind reflects back on, Valignith, and how he used to pose. Shakes her head rapidly. The version of, a dragon scowl forms on her face. Grits her teeth and, swoops toward him. Though, it's not like she's trying to hide herself. Sun catches her scales just so. And heading, as she once did for the Gold Dragon so many years ago, seeking a ritual book to purge the spell plague.
Yeah, he He notices her. Not she's not trying to be quiet or anything, and he's pretty perceptive. In fact, some might see he's a little bit precognizant. So sort of,
Yeah.
you know, uh, he turns to face her. And sort of, there's enough room on the rock for two people. It's not like these changes to the shoreline have been subtle.
No.
You know, she lands, though they will be close, closer than they usually are sitting.
Sure. The Green Dragon can accept that. Landing close to the larger and certainly older Gold Dragon.
Oh yeah. Feel the warm, friendly breeze around him. My Leaky's summer winds that always carry him wherever he needs to go. Missouri.
Gildenfire, you informed me of the groves you had across the land. I take note that you have remained here in the east, hoping to she like pauses, just like her viciousness is like trying to find a way to ensure that nature and those within Termish can peacefully coexist.
There's one thing this region does not need more of. It's conflict. Besides, trouble seems to come here. The North has its own troubles, but for a time I would make myself useful in this region. And who knows, perhaps Martain will at some point want to return. Need a lift. He says in sort of as if that's all I can do now. There is, after all, still the troubles up north, with the sovereignty emerging every now and then.
Yes, there are many problems. The Oak Father has gained considerable power in these years, what with the fall of Umberlee's Chosen and just recently Nobanion's sacrifice. As such, Martain is empowered, and given time, the Green Dragon just sort of like rolls her bulk. I could not fathom what exactly he will go confront. You and I, though, we were both instrumental to his success, and thus the Oak Fathers.
We'll nod at that. We did what we had to do.
We did.
I would do it again, of course. Consequences, should we have failed, would have been unthinkable.
It certainly would have resulted in a much transformed world. The Green Dragon says, thinking too, what if Martain had not been there? And the two citadels did fully bombard Suzail Marsember, and Cormier collapsed. Well, it would look different up there for sure.
And what of you? I hear you are likely to stay around these parts.
Yes. The Chosen of Sylvanas deigned to inform me that I have been invested within this land, much as the Lion God was before me. I am tied to it in some form or fashion. And so, to ensure my own well-being, if nothing else, I must see that it does not fall into ruin. It sounds
Fire.
like work.
Gives like a faint smile and says, "The Oak Father works in not so mysterious ways." I suppose.
Green Dragon, like, breathes out and says, "It was direct enough. I would prefer to, well," like, looks out of the water, "not do anything, really. But maybe I'll get some centuries to think about it."
This forest has always had, I suppose, until the Great Plague, always had a protective spirit. Its lands are some of the most untouched by civilization. Even here at the edge, sort of gestures, coast, cities only barely make it. Starmantle was the one city that had encroached, but, well, now that site is a shrine dedicated to the opposite.
It sure is. Green Dragon looks away from the water back at Gildfire. I never saw myself as much of a protector. If I'm the best choice this land has, perhaps this land is doomed all the same. I am certainly not as approachable as the Lion God.
Gilbert just looks at misery, and yet I think of no power who would now wish to threaten this place. But how foolish they would be, how much hubris they would have to show to think that they could stand against the immortal emissary Literature. They would have to burn down the whole place before you stopped coming back.
Green Dragon scoffs and says, I have many things forced upon me by the necessity to survive. But there is more in this forest than I. The very land itself that we now rest upon has been shifted. Deep schisms and fractures that were within those who dwelled here when I first arrived have been sealed. The land itself will fight back. Anyone who wishes to take action can look at all who dwell within here. It's not just me, but the older and wiser dragon who rests before me.
Fire gives a nod. A century ago, this order was nearly lost when the land shifted, when the Isles turned and changed. And now influence begins to spread across all of Faerun. Truly, I suppose, we must meet some height at which we encounter some foe or challenge we cannot defeat, something to stop the rise of our influence. But as it stands, anyone must reckon with us. They do not have a choice but to consider where we will stand in whatever conflict comes. And we have shown, again and again, where we stand, and that we do not stand idly. You personally have vanquished foes that would have defeated me should I enter battle with them. And I have no doubt you will continue. Whatever your origin, whatever the ritualistic feedback you have gained, whatever strength you have won through your trials, it is respected. And even if you do nothing, the world knows that if they push too hard, you will do something. I think that has a value of its own.
Perhaps that is the reason Sylvanas has invested this power within me. For as it has been described to me, and hearing your words, I see the similarities. Sylvanas doesn't want to take action. Seemingly neither do I. You know, when I first spoke with you, and in all the other times since, when I offered to oversee the Oak Father's chosen, I had not anticipated ending up here. There is a level of viciousness I would wish to instill, and there's also a level of I would rather let them figure it out themselves. I remain conflicted. I could use the time to think.
And he looks slightly pained. Speaking of the Oak Father's liking to just letting things be, he says, "Yes, I too found that we had more conflicts back then. The viciousness you described was, I suppose, more to the front of the actions you were taking. Then again, I think so was my own idealism. It would seem that in this grand fire of change, we might both have been somewhat tempered. Perhaps the Oak Father's wisdom was in simply letting us handle it. And now here we are. Much as I might dislike that thought.
Yes, it sounds constraining, doesn't it? As if you didn't have a choice in the matter.
He nods. Guildfire likes choice. My Leaky
Yes,
is all
freedom.
about freedom and choice. You know? And this is sorry. But as I said, things had to be done.
Yes. I hope you have not been tempered too much, though. One of my prominent memories of you is what we faced together at Nathlek, and how you destroyed the altar of Shar presiding there. Soon, my confrontation with my ritual creator will be upon me, and I am focusing my energies to that effect. Though you offered to assist me in that task, it is not for you, and instead I would hope I could direct your purity and your light towards something else which troubles me.
That perks up a little bit. So, I have stated I would help, and I do not wish to go back on my word. So let me know how I might be of service.
I slew Tiamat's avatar, Valignith, depriving her of her scheme she had concocted to arrive here on this plane and then merge in her wholesomeness. However, before that action, in the years when Valignith was in this region, he and I were together, and I aided him in many things. There is a place of power upon a ley line within the northern Giants Front Mountains, to the southeast of Thunderholm, a mine of silver that Valignith and I worked tirelessly to clean of undead influence. And then, in a ritual, he committed to the Queen of Chaos. That power still firmly resides there, and I am ill-suited to the work of purifying it. I could slay all of the dwarves who would guard it and fight me, but the task of undoing the ritual magic is not my expertise. So when I thought of who else, who I knew was better, who more knowledgeable about such things, as I've known firsthand, through how he knew how to resolve the spell plague, and how he knew how to resolve Shar, I thought of you.
Apt thought. I do take delight in taking away the corruptions that they place upon the world. I will seek out this place. I will, if nothing more than dwarves are there to protect it, I will handle it. Handedly. I have a great deal of dislike.
They are firmly entrenched, given how much the site had been fought over. Valignith and his Dragonfane, back when he was in the region, worked very hard on securing it from the giants of the hierarchy, and I doubt those dwarves, given their greed, have let it grow lax. But my understanding is that it is dwarves, even with their crossbows and ballistae, fueled by Tiamat's influence, which has very much waned, but will rise again, eventually, so I come to understand. And if you would but assist me in ensuring that a herald or some avatar does not come to slay me a century sooner, I would be most appreciative.
You already dealt with one. It'll take a long time before Tiamat is as powerful as she was.
My understanding, she is quite the survivor, and given how her domain is ostensibly... The green dragon, looks down at herself, and then back up the Guildifiers to say, I'm a green dragon.
That's true. The more powerful you are, the more powerful her domain gets. Yeah, Guildenfetch. So I will go to this place. I will purify it, and in the ashes I will plant a tree. Perhaps one day it shall bear fruits of silver. And until it does, the warm earth that I leave behind fill that place, so that no tyranny shall grow.
I am gladdened by your words. I knew you were the one to go to.
He stretches his wings. They glitter beautifully in the sun. I mean, really just marvelously. You have the chromatic dragons has sort of matte colors usually, but the it's almost like blinding in the sunlight.
There is still a little awe in the green dragon looking at Gildenfire. There's some of that looking upon an older dragon, and also the gold dragon. It's inescapable. She looks at him and remembers her first meeting with him when she crafted the ritual book.
Certainly his greatest power is one in tremendous amounts of fire. And
yes, it was incredible.
he has a lot of turning things into ashes and then using them to heal people and stuff like that. But his most potent ability is that he's just a very strong arcanist sort of ritual caster. And if given time, he can really solve most sort of long-term problems with magic. This is exactly what he's here to do. Removing a cursed sort of unholy site is what he does. Even though some gold dragons might call it rash and that he should take his time to consider. He just goes there usually and begins burning things until something new and beautiful can come.
It's really great. There's not a better specialist in this for this.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah, you know what? It comforts me too that that it won't be all waiting and patience.
The gold dragon has a bit of like that whole like future sight as well. Shit. So
Yeah.
who knows what all he's seeing, right?
He looks in there. He's like, "Oh, that's only gonna get worse. We're gonna fucking clean this up. Right now,
Like
it's
an
just
infected
some
wound, you
cobblestone."
gotta burn it. So,
I mean, yeah, that's what I've
start over
heard.
here, and we'll begin to just sort of, you know,
It's lit. Oh,
make all the
no, use the
fire.
one that is like, yes, forever fucking flame so radiant. Ah,
Yeah, just put it down there,
infinite
turn it on
power.
to
I mean,
all fire resistance. Yeah,
that's incredible.
just
Yeah.
begin spitting flames, and
You know, maybe the dwarfs should
cleaning up.
make their statues into gold dragons.
Yeah, just imagine like sitting like an elder gold dragon on like a silver mine. It's like
That's right.
just fortified silver.
Squeeze himself in through the tunnel. That'll melt the stone.
No, if need be, he'll just go in a druid
Yeah.
form and just continue like destroying from there. Like if he somehow has a fitting problem.
it's also a druid. It's true, much druid.
God, I'll never forget that reveal.
Druid my like it.
And here's Veros all this time.
Yeah. Yeah. It made sense to the green dragon, like in retrospect, but at the time, it just like
Lord Fire
just plunked
Shield.
right off her.
Okay, we were focused on other things.
The druid who uses golden fire magic. Right.
Yeah, I mean, we hadn't battled him at that time.
That's why I had the green dragon say, something to the effect like, in retrospect, I should have seen this.
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, even their beard is the same. I don't know.
All right.
Yeah, you know.
That'll take care of the green dragon for the rest of the year. Just wanted to. Oh, I suppose I will go check on the dragon fane. Lord Nev is still there, and I'll tell him that he did good enough, and I'll permit the treasure to stay at the fane.
Ganazar will be there, and will be terribly lonely, and so very talkative. Because it seems like Lardnet left one day and hasn't come back several months ago.
Oh.
He seems to have apparently, Ganazar will say that he has grown more and more erratic, paranoid, and stressed until he seemed to simply decide that perhaps his time was come, and has seemingly run away.
Huh.
To somewhere in the Serpent Hills.
Nimizure Leader will say, peculiar. He seemed to want to stay and take ownership over treasure that I frankly was uninterested in and did not think of until he brought it up, Ganazar. Do you feel as if some magical compulsion or affliction struck him?
Fear, I suppose. We spent a lot of time together, him and I. After the others were gone, after all, just the two of us. I cannot help but we shared most waking moments, and we spoke at length. I was beginning to see him as true family, and I do think he might still return.
It's a little inkling of insight into why Lord Ned
would all of us be together once more. That's what this place is about, after all. Friendship and family and cooperation amongst our kind.
Friendship and family. Ah, yes, this is the temple to the person I killed recently.
Emizure Legion here will
Nice.
stay with the brass dragon for 3 days.
Wow.
Letting him like pour out like
Well, I guess. Yeah.
all of like this, the thoughts and the musings, especially since Ganazar is so lonely here now.
I love that she's like, yes, this is definitely why he left, and it's like, no, he was fucking scared shitless of this goddamn
Ganazar talks a lot about the future, what he hopes for, and also there's some insight into why he feels this way. Because his life, he's fairly old actually. He's an elder, and it's just been sort of misery. Whenever he's found someone to hang out with, a century passed, and then they all killed each other or murdered everyone they knew, or he flipped out and ate the whole village he was staying at, and stuff like that. Really, really, as it turns out, older dragons than you remember the dragon rages.
Killer comment,
and that has been a dominant thing for dragons in the realms for thousands of years. And the fact that it's not there anymore is such a novel thought. And the fact that none of these younger dragons seem to really understand how good they have it, that they're not forced to murder each other. They just seem to do it anyway, and that sort of makes him sad. You sort of, but maybe now that maybe he can still help change things by making this place.
Especially as a good dragon, having that guilt of like, oh, I killed the whole town, like, and you was like,
Well, after the 3 days, the green dragon makes ready to leave, having consumed this with her limitless patience. As it comes out, being around Martaine for all this time has helped to reinforce that. You just lay there or really, she's been doing this since Basarek, just listening to Basarek tell stories. This is just when she doesn't have to give a whole lot of input. That's great.
Yeah, she's
just lay there and rest.
Yeah.
She in the interest of draconic cooperation, perhaps Ganazar would be interested in some insight. She has an understanding that an elder goldworm is in the region, taking action upon a tainted silver mine that Ganazar should know of. And if Ganazar should go there, searching for the worm, and state that he was sent by Imizuri Lidrathir, like a way of introduction, perhaps that can help lead him on a path to further draconic cooperation.
Yeah. Oh,
someone to talk to.
He'll thank her. He's staying here for a long time protecting things, but no one's really showing up. So there used to be a lot of black dragons coming from the north and but really sort of the Dragon Coast is somewhat depopulated, clearly. So, but maybe in time. I mean, Missouri at some point will have some children. So will Nemain surely, and it's going to be wonderful to have all the young dragons around fighting. They can learn to work together. He'll help with daycare and whatnot. Not accepting, of course, that chromatic dragons usually just abandon their kids at some point.
And Missouri Lidrathir will put on a front of affectation, patting the brass dragon along the flank before the green dragon flies off to contemplate and ready her energies for whenever Yinka decides that Yaffle. There's or alternatively when Zast Ham finds Yaffle. One of the two.
And again, as I will probably contact Gildenfire, and maybe the two of them at some point will sit there speaking Elder Gold Dragon to Elder Brass Dragon, and
right. If nothing else, they have a common point of
they're really old.
They don't understand what life.
Look at all these young dragons.
For reals though, they just think they just have it all, and they just don't understand. They haven't learned from history.
Gildenfire pretty much spent his dragon rage. He's just lost in a giant forest, so it's not like much of anything really happened with him. But he says, how do you stay with people? You don't kill him. He says, I don't stay with people. That has really never been an issue.
Yeah. I mean,
the trees needed to be burned anyway to make room for new growth.
I mean, his philosophy just makes sense, Burn it to the ground.
Yeah. But, Well, what about Nemain? I guess all dedicated to constructing.
Well, actually, there is someone I would like to talk to. I figure I can have sent him a sending stone. I'll delete those 9,000. Sethistin, I think the thought used to be that he would help in the ritual. I don't believe that he will.
Oh, he's just so busy that day. Oh, there isn't a day decided on? Oh, well,
Well...
And he'll be frank and say, I really am not that much of a fighter. And if I die, apparently, it might make the whole thing worse for you. So I'll do my best to just stay alive.
Stay alive. Yeah, which makes the 6-6 will just, talk with him and tell him that,
He's got like a gang going on.
He
He
doesn't know. Yeah,
cooperates with the
of course.
Black Network.
Like she doesn't know what'll happen. If it doesn't succeed.
He's a
But
proudly level 12 dragon.
oh
And,
my god.
and he, you know,
Yeah, he's gonna have big problems.
surely
Uh,
not. He believes in you, and if there's
Yeah.
anything he can do, he'll gladly do it.
Uh-huh,
Just don't
uh-huh.
ask him to fight someone. Get himself sort of at risk. But anything
Yeah.
beyond that,
What could he do for me now?
nothing you couldn't do anyway.
Yeah, like
He's a coward. He
yeah,
doesn't,
well,
he's good
I
at
mean-
hiding and staying out of trouble and getting away. Really, he feels like as long as he gets to stay inside this body he currently is occupying, he can sort of not think about the fact that he's actually goo, and that's good enough. That's good enough for him. He doesn't feel like he needs
it's fair. Yeah, the main will check on him. Listen, sounds like he is all right. Roll her eyes again. She didn't actually think that he would help. It's more of like yes, there was that other black dragon that I didn't, the one that I didn't kill.
Mhm.
But who is still smart enough to not declare himself the dread of whatever, black dread.
You should tell him that once the ritual power is broken, you're coming for him.
No.
For how useless he's been.
Yeah, just like, well, the power balance in the world is changing. A new order will rise. The Church of the Main. You have been marked by the Dark Mark.
Level 12 goo, huh?
Yeah.
Dragon ooze.
Looks to the tokens for a dungeon. Yeah, level 12 dragon goo, huh?
I mean, he'll
should
praise
have
the
that
murder
be a
god.
minion.
Praise the murder god, and
Hallelujah. Yeah.
Well, you're actually in my top 10 worshippers, huh?
Yeah.
That happened
I
quick.
mean, you know what?
thoughts and prayers for the main, and
Yeah. Hey, it helps. You feel a little better. No, yeah. He seems to be having an okay life over there.
yeah,
I
he
suppose.
doesn't. It's not a great time, but it's much better than being goo in a jar and then being drank by your worst enemy and sort of have to live in the back of his mind. Sort of, he's learned to appreciate a simple existence.
He should meet Dinosaur.
No, he doesn't really want to talk to anyone. He just sort of wants to.
No. Yeah. All right. Well, after that, you don't have to play it out, but the cicatrix will give during the year she will, of course, obsess over the ritual mostly. Really, she'll inspect the dungeon every now and then, but that's really Manchun. She'll make sure that the things in there are deadly enough, but the construction of it is really Manchun's job here. He is working on gaining those 200 temp HP, and action point deleting. But every now and then she will go to Westgate, and basically talk things over and okay, Cassell will be the heir or whatever to Westgate, right? They know setting things up. Just so that she's not, if she's suddenly gone, it doesn't always all crumble. Because she thinks back to Mother Druma saying she wanted to have done some impact, and I think the closer she gets to this fight, she realizes that the best spite she can make is, even if she dies, that she has still done some, left something of her that hopefully can
even
be an
if she
eyesore.
dies. No, that's an interesting line. How much doubt is there in the main? Is she consider there's a real real failure here?
I think she does, but unlike the usual feeling for a black dragon, even though Vesicatrix is more paranoid than actually afraid, because she's too manic and crazy to be truly afraid most of the time. So it's like a over analyzing. I think she's not really afraid of dying because like that is just a possibility, and it's not like like I think she's more focused on just doing what she couldn't do back then, right? To her mind, it's like, yes, she has lived to have this encounter. Of course, she doesn't want to die having it, you know? That's bad revenge if you don't actually get it. But if she had to die somewhere, this would be it, right?
So
Trying
your
to get
dragon,
what the revenge she wanted.
your character is not so arrogant or so convinced that this will be a victory. Like, I suppose part that the paranoia is helping there, just like a part of that. Like,
Yeah.
I may do this and I may lose, so I want to make sure I have an impact upon like the world if I go, like Druma.
I think also, really, it is the prolonged like interacting with these people. It's not really affection. It's more like there's something comforting about knowing, like having the same people that they've been like. Casella's just been running Westgate. You know, it's very easy to be there. And it's like she was originally. They were like, yeah, you know, she could like have her own faction and do it, but she really joined Vesicatrix's, you know. And at this point, she much embodies, you know, the virtues that Vesicatrix appreciates. You know, some stealth, some cleverness, a little like knack for being practical in situations, and you know, a murderous bitch. So
Okay.
those are all things to celebrate. But yeah, no, she definitely, I think, awakens to, especially also, I feel like spending a lot of time in the ritual chamber, right? Like, all right, I did these things, looked to all the other panels. I have no fucking clue what they do. I like
Is there
these
more
things.
time?
Yes,
Can I
these
unravel
seem,
the mystery?
right? These seem to be a big deal. I certainly feel invigorated. You know, having my hit points basically doubled.
Yeah, that wasn't the lowest one. Frantically looks at lower
You know,
talent.
and it's like, well, shit, I'm out of time, right? So I definitely think that she sort of also has those thoughts, but also don't know what to do with it, because it's like, well, there's like, this is it, right? This is why she's doing it, and now even her like, it's not even just death at this point, right? Like, the only way that she will keep existing is like, for her to become a god or like fulfill the other things she has sort of set herself up to do, she also needs to kill Yaffle. So it's not like she was like, yeah, you know, I got this other gig. It's like, nope, all eggs in one basket, which is, of course, is not a coincidence. But at this time, certainly, there's not really any doubt or second guessing, because this is what it's all about. But yeah, she probably goes even more manic. Looks out. Yeah, Manchun is still working. Good. It's just like an illusion of Manchun working.
Yeah, like, when's he gonna fucking betray me? She thinks to herself.
Yeah.
Like, is Yaffle and he gonna like see each other and they give like each other a secret handshake?
Right. Fist bump.
All according
Hey!
to plan.
Yeah. Yeah. All according to plan.
Alright,
Yeah.
Oh, well, then it does sound like we're now done with this map.
Yeah. That will be
I'll go have a
transitioning
look at
to a
Gethra.
different one.
Just
Well, Getra could have been in your dungeon.
No, whatever happens to me, I, the player, need to know that there is still some good in this
I
world.
tried a couple of times to it's the easiest thing to have the beholder in the dungeon since Getra doesn't go anywhere and just eats
But
from tables.
look at him! Well, now you can't, so...
Why are you turning beholder into some sort of adorable collectible plushie instead of the
Look, there are no good
frighteningly
collectible beholder plushies.
powerful creature it is?
Yes, but... You know, he's a good boy. Well, no.
What the fuck?
Not really. Actually, a terrible, terrible person.
It's discovered a personal weakness for
Food.
ugly
Yeah.
monsters. Yeah.
Yeah. Much like, yeah, that's really eerie sharing shining through
Yeah.
there. It's like,
Eric's
oh, a broken ugly dog. Like, oh my god, you're the cutest dog.
Dire Bulette, sign me up.
Yeah, just pet it under the. Anyway, what are we joining
Yes,
on the same IT thing?
No, because you will need to be in order to connect as a GM.
Oh, okay. How do okay?
You just
Connect
select when
to
you
server.
connect to be a DM, and I'll send you my super secret GM password.
Oh,
Yeah.
how do I can?
So when you go to connect the server, you go to direct connection, you'll just put in that super secret GM password instead of the normal player
Okay.
password.
Oh, that's so simple.
Yeah.
Ah, yes.
And I will connect with the Manic Eye, and that will be how I control characters.
All right. Well,
Of
I'm
course.
so sorry. But before we start, can I go pee?
Yeah, of course.
Otherwise,
I need
it's
to as
gonna be
well.
Bill
I'm just
rushed.
starting this so you can look around while I
Great.
go.
Oh, okay. Well, Grimace,
So,
look around. See which monster you want to control, and be right.
Family that plays together, pees together.
mhm.
I
I
can't
don't
take
know
that back.
about. Oh,
Viewers, this will be a mostly a surprise for me. While I attempted to make some contributions to this dungeon crafting experience, Ari really wanted to go full into having just really latched on the idea of a lair of her own, as the other players it had layers of their own for adventures to raid, and the idea just gelled, and she, along with Manikai, worked to assemble something that befit them. But I haven't gotten any details of what the hell's in this thing for several days, and I only know snippets, so
yeah.
it fucking
Yeah.
beats me what the hell's in this thing.
I got a document from Ari, and I have assembled what she told me to, and that's pretty much it. So
All right.
I got my guys. That's really what my touch. As I'm showing here on stream while I go. Be right back, so you can look at who I'm gonna be, who we're gonna be. Chat. Now we're together. I'm the player now. I'm on the player account here. The Manic Eye goes from being a passive observer to being involved. Yeah, we'll take it from there. I anticipate that given the powers collected here, these guys will probably do better in the dungeon than other adventuring parties have. But it might be good to do some damage to them before they actually make it too far. All right, with that, I'll be right back.
Yeah. Go.
I'm back.
Figures. He got wound up so much in explaining to the viewer comfiness. I thought maybe you two could have synchronized peeing and be back together. He just stepped away.
No. I'm still trying to connect to the server, though, so...
What do you mean you're still trying? As in, like, it's loading the files?
It is not loading. It says can't connect to server.
Well, I connected to the server, Ari, so...
Well, that's nice for you.
Well, no, it's important to stress that the server is perfectly connectable, too. That's why I gave you that information.
Ah.
Not to go nanny fucking boo-boo.
Fuck you. Ah, I see what I have done.
Did you perhaps fuse the player and GM password together?
Yes, and I might also have written something in the port part. I don't know.
Okay, so yes, you put the password in the port.
Yes, exactly.
Well, that's not where the GM
Yeah, it's not
password
working. You know.
is.
I need the port. Ah, shit.
And no, sheep. That beauty lies in the eye of the beholder joke, I can't remember the last time that has been made. If it has been made. Has it been made? You probably made it at some point because I hate you.
I was gonna say it's a classic. There are shirts and such. Obviously, they're not.
There are shirts and stuff. That's how
No,
you know.
yeah. Look, I try to find cool beholder merch, and there's really not a lot. It's just, you know, it's rough. It's hard out there. One day.
Sheep, you can take ownership over that if you want. Wouldn't be the first time you've acted to spite me. So you loading the map now?
No, I need the port.
The port's the same that it's always been.
Yeah, and I deleted it because I put my password over it.
I suppose it would be too much for you to ask what, or to remember what the port has been since the dawn of time.
Yes.
Well, that's why I put it into the chat for you.
Yes, thank you.
Or, you could have just asked Grimmeth what's the port.
I thought that I did.
No, you just
Like,
told
it's
me that
taking him a
you
long
filled
while.
the port slot. I assumed that you would remember.
And then I said, I need the port.
Okay. Well, I didn't hear that part.
Okay.
The real suspicion should have just been when I asked you, are you connecting now, when I can easily see when you're connecting. Because it shows me a map.
You know.
It's almost like it was a setup.
Alright, I have returned.
Harry, it had some trouble connecting, but she's good now.
Alright. I figure you might want to just have a moment to take a look around. I know, Ari, you've had extensive time to look at these different stat blocks. So
I suppose I'll take a look around as a GM, since I connected as a player, because, that's
Yeah.
my default role.
your default too. But no, you should be on the GM team here too. So you have a vested interest in.
Oh, I didn't realize that invested. Well, it's a good thing I already loaded all the assets. What the fuck am I like? Alright. I was just gonna enjoy being surprised all the time. Like, oh yeah, I'll explore this with the rest of the player, the viewers, because I haven't seen shit. Okay.
Yeah. So what we have here is an adventuring party assisted by a couple of Thayans. Yenka, as we know her, really mostly ritualist arcanist, but also half red dragon, capable of doing quite a lot of fire spells, and her more destructively minded apprentice, Lazarek. Yeah. Another red wizard, really was trained in Shasenta, and have a bit of a Tiamat bend, but isn't draconic in and of himself. Just sort of here to assist Yanka in helping get Yaffle brought back to the world, and sort of so that they can go and deal with Sastam. That's what this has all been about all this time. Then, of course, you have Yaffle returned from Thay, the stay there, and reconnected with the old adventuring party that she used to travel with. In this form, though, she doesn't actually know that her name is Yaffle, nor that this is all about... Well, she knows it's all about her, but not that she's going to be reborn and have her consciousness overwritten by some ancient witch.
Literally witch, yeah.
Rather, Anora here thinks that this is part of her destiny. She has been cursed with bad luck, and also gifted with power. And there are many rumors as to what exactly she is. Yeah. Having been born with such tremendous abilities, thought is that maybe she's the world balancing, the chosen of Tiamat that appeared. The Avatar Tiamat, because she has many of the same abilities, she's just not evil. Maybe she's a blessed of Bahamut, or maybe she's just wild magic somehow incarnate. Whatever it is, she has had a long life and is tremendously powerful for someone of her young age.
Yeah, I wish I was cursed with bad luck, like looking at like the stab block that's popping up here.
Yeah, you get to see it as GMs now, which is fair. She is quite something. Now, some of her abilities are not unlocked yet. She can only use those if she actually remembers her personality and thoughts and abilities from when she is.
We should make those stat blocks pop up for you by switching the properties from NPC to PC. Yeah.
Yeah, that probably would be a good idea. Yeah.
All right, I'll go ahead and start cycling those. Then.
I can make those happen. As well.
All right.
Man, so you got a cleric and a paladin and a warlord. Okay.
I mean,
girl, you don't need more healing. Jeez.
I mean, they had a huge budget. You know, they had they could bring a lot of adventurers on.
Yeah,
though one striker, and then it's just like healer.
Her people are remarkably lower level than she is, given that they have been carried pretty much their whole career by.
Yeah.
It's also not like I ever rescinded the I'll pay 900,000 gold pieces and like a small treasure trove of magic items and give you a boon to the man. Like that offer, I never took back that.
Yeah, final battle. Oh, you want an extra time? All right.
You know, if they succeed, maybe Emissaire would even pay up. But see if that becomes relevant. They're here to assist their ally in fulfilling her destiny.
I was gonna say, I don't know how Yenka managed to tell her that allying with Red Wizards was a good idea, I guess.
Well, it doesn't matter for the purposes of what we're doing here.
They are rebels, and they are anti-Sastam. And Anora certainly knows that Sastam is a bad guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she hasn't played D&D for long, so she doesn't know that all Red Wizards basically are.
Anora has a lot of guilt to it. Some murderous streaks.
That's true.
All right. So at this point, you know, as we jump in here, the party here, basically we cut into the middle of a TV series about them, obviously. You know, we don't know how many episodes there's been before this. Probably many dramatic twists. They will speak about having lost someone. We don't know who that is, but apparently it was very important. Such. as we see them burst into sort of a chamber with a big coffin casket. From behind, they hear some fighting as Nora shoots a ray of thunder with a clash through the line. Nikandor here leans behind the wall and says, this is much worse than those lizard folk, and that was bad enough back then. Rockin looks to him and says, take heed, brother. We must surely be there soon. As he looks to Yenka with a slight frown. He does not trust the web visitors. As far as I know, it used to be just through here, though. She looks down, hearing the distant sound of water. Something appears different. I suppose that should have been expected. They all look at each other, take a moment to breathe before continuing. They just had to fight a half-melted pit fiend and a bunch of devils, and given their numbers, they managed to fight themselves through it easily enough. But the devils were pretty persistent. Each character here will take 30 damage before anything else happens due to the presence of the devils.
Oh, that's rough for Yaffle, huh? 1,000 hit points. He's a sorcerer.
A reminder that macro doesn't properly take into effect,
Yep.
like temporary HP.
Yeah,
Right.
they've taken some scrapes in battling through, but at last they've come this far. Surely, they can't have had time to do that much.
Mm-hmm.
It was only a few years ago that I last inspected this place. Lazarek sort of dwells in the back. He frowns. He doesn't like these adventurers. They are a liability. How could anyone trust such people? His plan would be to knock Enora out and simply carry her in, though Yenka told him he was an absolute fool for his arrogance. She secretly doesn't think he will survive the night. She's okay with it. He served his purpose in getting here.
I was gonna say, isn't that like basically all red wizards, like apprentices, very expendable?
And as the party looks down this narrow stairway under this coffin, having been altered from when last we saw it, Ari, really, you become the narrator here.
Yeah. The path continues for a bit, and as they walk, the sound of water will continue to become louder. It is not a waterfall by any means, but there's certainly a little splashing around. This is adventurers. They are always listening for whatever sound. They hear a bit of almost croaking. And walk through the tunnel and end up in a big cave. On one side of the cave, there is sort of a plateau of rocky ground. There are some stalagmites and stalactites sort of hanging down and spiking up through the ground, giving it a very hostile look. A big pool of water is in the middle of the chamber. Along one side of the wall is a narrow passage to the other side. And bridges connect over to the other side of this big pool of water. From above, it looks weirdly thick and a bit tarry, though it sounds just like regular water. And yeah, it's nice still. But maybe definitely not what you expected when you walked through a thin, narrow tunnel. Yeah. Oh yeah, and from the roof as well. Basically all the way. Pretty low hanging too are stalactites, very sharpened. Giving it the name I have named this location is the Maw, because when looked from the side, from the bottom of the big body of water, there too are these spikes up, and from the roof, making it look like a big vicious mouth. Yeah. And well, I suppose they move in.
Stepping in first.
God, that's a big party.
Here. They spread out a little bit. You know, Theon's in the back. Or looks around. Cineas here, usually the first in, last out with his halberd, and he wields holy halberd. Paladin of Helm. Looks out across the water, tries to see to the other side. Raising his halberd with a bit of light to sort of illuminate. I hear the water moving. You should be careful moving forward. So Rockin rolls his eyes, saying, as if anyone was thinking anything else. Rana usually stays in the back along the Nora with them. Quietly waiting. So others gather around the path here.
Yeah. The bridge looks sort of sturdy. I mean, it is a wooden bridge. But yeah, looks well built.
Pushing a little with his feet, trying to test it. With dried blood on the ground. Bit of all. To move. Testing quietly how many people can sort of, safely be on there. Yenka and Lazarek here being in the back. Across the bridge. Stopping briefly on this sort of islet. Have a look around. Not wanting to risk too much as Phineas again begins to press on the next bridge, repeating what he just did. So make his way across. A little bit of a single file going on here.
Yeah, I think they make it to about there. Before they're ambushed, I suppose. Do we just roll initiative?
That's up to you.
What does that mean?
You decide.
You can't do that. Yes, they are definitely being attacked.
All right. All right, well, we'll roll initiative then.
Grimace, do you want to be a big spider? Die spider?
Harry, I know zero about what these characters do. So,
Yeah.
sure, whatever I'm controlling, you can give me to control. You have been put in the horrifying position where you have to make choices.
Yes, well, I figured you would be the big one.
Oh, wow. Wow. I've dealt with a lot of guff from you since you joined this campaign.
Not like that! Just meant that,
Damn.
I would control all the small, insignificant
cold.
monsters. How do I even roll initiative for these things?
So you can select all of the tokens, or whatever many tokens, and it'll show you common macros. There's an initiative button you can click. So whatever is going to be used for the combat.
Initiative. Is anything happening?
If
I
you
don't
go
see
to look
anything
at the
happening.
initiative window,
No, nothing's happening.
What do you mean nothing's happening? All of them have rolled initiative.
Oh, I don't see. Oh, is it covered?
Look at the initiative window, not the chat window. Manikai has that set so that's not printed out there.
Oh, here it is. It's behind the other thing. Ugh. Yes.
Now, you'll need to move, like, whatever it is onto, like, the field and wherever it is, and actually make it visible to, like, the player's view, assuming they're immediately visible to the player's view.
Oh yeah, they pop up.
I will make these tokens visible to players after Ari moves them.
Oh, I can move forward at time.
Yes, you can move 4 at a time. What power you
Yes,
possess?
I know. God, there's so many.
Emerging from the waves, gibbering, like screeching in their whatever language.
Yes.
Eyes crazed, blood on fangs, and
Oh no, yeah.
their limbs.
These are a bunch of crazed Kutoa cultists that have recently learned of the goddess of murder and ever hunger for new blood to spill in their sacred pool to please her. These guys. Oh, this is a big place.
There we go. And if I show as player, good. I did reveal all of them.
A lot of Rotoa.
Malachi, how did you like envision this spider? Basically, my vision was that it is up in the roof,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
Does it just climb freely as if it is all floor?
Pretty much.
Oh, great. Well.
Beyond that, you might want to sort the initiative.
Sort.
Yes, I'll do that.
Is that the 3 lines thing?
Yes, you can click that and then
Yeah,
sort.
it's the
yes.
3 lines thing, and then like the sort button.
I need to learn one point.
Sure.
Like the authentic experience.
The authentic experience of like, oh god, what do I do?
All right.
The spider is up here.
So basically, from the water, all these heads begin to croak and appear as
Yeah.
as all our heroes here. And
It's just that they appear as they come in initiative, I suppose.
draw their weapons if they hadn't already, and hold them out. So there's here, to everyone's surprise, obviously, saying there's Kuatoa in the water. As everyone has already seen them too.
This was not just a random place. What? Malachi, how do I share the token file for Grimace?
I don't. It's cool. I'm able to double click on the tokens to read things.
Oh, it's in there.
And
It's in there.
that's how Manikai has been assembling these macros, courtesy of sheep sorcery, for the entirety of the campaign. And I can also
every time
and-
I've used an NPC, I've clicked all the skills individually to remember what they did.
Well, I also do that as well, but well, you know what? Now you've learned something for the next campaign.
Oh.
Yes. Great. Well, it turns out that when you roll this many Kutoa, you're probably gonna start.
You wanna click next up there to start the first initiative, and then you wanna go.
Yeah, the arrow that points right.
Play.
There you go.
The play button, yes.
That's the play button.
All right. These many Kotas are all minions, and then we have a couple leaders here.
Your
And-
your 6-1. That's first. He is right here, as a matter of fact.
Well, these are blood-crazed Kutoa. They don't do a lot of thinking. They see an enemy and they will go in there. All right, sorry, just reading. All right. Time to punch. Jinka. Ooh.
Yeah, that's a miss. Her
Yeah.
battle prowess is excellent compared to the adventurers here. Just hold of a scaled arm, deflected. She has absorbed more dragon power since we last saw her. She's
5 is here,
Yes.
Eric.
Yes. Oh no, he's so far away. Swim speed 8.
What, like still like here and then just like lashing out through like the bits of the bridge to like
Oh no,
quad
yeah,
ankles?
no, yeah. These bridges are low hanging.
Starts cutting at feet.
I was gonna say, of course, I want to hit Jaffel, but I think that Brokin was closer, so he's gonna try and wow. I'm guessing that doesn't hit either.
that doesn't hit him. Though close. Yes,
I mean, they are crazed cultists devoted to Nemain, and you know,
Yeah.
maybe
Yeah.
they'll just go after whoever's closest to murder.
Yeah, you closest to murder. Who likes murder the most of you guys? I'm gonna say the rogue.
All right, your
Yeah,
9 is
here.
over here.
Whoops. And Yavel gets it. Ooh, that's better. Not good enough, but better.
almost.
Well, is it flanking?
No,
It would
if
not
you
be.
can't draw a
It'd just
line
be-
like that, no.
Be directly opposite.
Oh, okay.
These guys are medium.
And
Your 12 is here.
will flank. Not hit either. And next is a 4. Okay, they need to kill some of these.
Haven't got a turn yet.
Yeah, yeah. Roop. So if they go up here, they have their land speed, yeah. How does that work when you switch from?
You can spend your swim speed, and then just if you have a swim speed of 8 and a move speed of 4, don't remember what these guys have, right? And you swim 6, you would then have 2.
Oh, okay. So then I have plenty to make it here. Grr. Ha ha! 14 damage and the target
Radiance.
slowed.
Oh,
Save ends.
That's right. Feel the wrath of the main.
take his damage.
First blood.
Slowed. Lazarak here looks at this disgusting creature and will simply hold out his hand to make a melee based attack here to just burn it. Let's get rid of it.
Melee 1. Yes, that will definitely hit. And then... Oh, sorry, I need to look at all the things here. Yep. Maddening Croak activates. When the Toa dies, it screams!
Oh boy.
Oh, Lord.
Okay, well that
Attack
hits
close first
Yenka.
one, so make that again. Yep, make the attack again because it's a close burst one.
Yeah, no.
This is the guy who actually
There.
killed it. So.
I'll
Well-
continue.
I was gonna say, Manakai, it has a property that says when cultist murder of murder critical hits a target, all causes of murder adjacent to. Well, it doesn't matter. Okay, I was gonna
It
say
doesn't
that.
matter in this situation, Eric.
All right. Yenka will shoot Lazarek here an annoyed glance as she gets croaked in the face as he burns the thing.
And this body goes flying back into the water.
And then he will,
Oh, he
he
moves?
will
Sorry.
stay here. He doesn't want to go onto the bridge while this is happening.
Seems like a trap.
He's gonna just stick around. Doesn't have to
Right.
risk.
Tower number 1. Oh man, I
Number
can
one.
just click on it.
Imagine that, being able to
That's
double click
incredible,
straight to it.
incredible technology right here.
That's the advancements of map tool right there.
Yeah.
This program's come far since I first started using it many, many, many years ago.
Hmm.
Grrr. Hey.
That is another hit. Where's Sinius here? Should have used a shield, I suppose. Gets stabbed again.
That's right. And this is incredible. This cultist will go after the dazed person.
It's
40. Yeah, it's unlikely. Not hit. And Phineas.
Oh, these are just minions, so time to bait attack. Now he is good at putting out damage, even if he isn't that good at taking it for Paladin. So he's gonna swing at number 1 here with his helper first. Oh boy, a good roll there.
Yes, number 1 is obliterated, and I'll go ahead and do the not that button. That button.
Oh no! Ah,
Oh, damn.
he gets croaked on, and therefore is now dazed. So that's his turn.
So the close burst 1, is that enemies or
Yes.
does that hurt friendlies too? I just wanted to make sure.
Go to and
Alright.
croak on each other.
They croak on each other.
I was gonna say they croak all the time.
All right.
Alright.
Well, he would have liked to leg sweep that other one, but Yinka is dazed. Gets to do one thing. Has been hurt now by this thing. Yeah. No. You know what? She's, if nothing else, Nazareth gets to have this one. So she's just gonna use her flaming draconic claw hand to lash at him.
That's just a hit.
Yeah, I was gonna say reflex. How do you do that so fast?
I just, I have powers.
You just
that hits Yenka.
you
and
don't go
her.
into states and like
Her apprentice.
So when a token takes damage enough that it would go dead, then the macro just it's auto taken care of by the campaign.
Yenka saves from her daze state. But that's it though. She was dazed on her turn. So.
All right.
wait, didn't it get hit when Oh, she saved from the one she just got hit by?
Yes, at the end of a turn she saved.
Okay, good. Oh, next one.
3.
Rah. Rah. I gotta remember to. Oh no, the spider doesn't give a shit about where it is.
Shh.
Spider.
No, yeah, it's all about all the slow enemies here. We're doing the Lord's work. Lord Nemain. Ah,
Oh boy.
cleric. Oh wow.
Kandor gets definitely hit by that. Stabbed,
And
slowed,
slowed.
hooked and netted. Tries to raise his shield. No time.
Yeah, one must do that before one gets hit. Thanks. 2. Haha. Ugh. Ooh.
And this.
Yes, even with him being dazed, that is not enough. The Roanna.
Alright. It's barely space here, but I think she can sort of be here.
Yeah.
Try to stab this thing trying to climb up.
Yes, that will
Great
hit.
damage roll. Oh, alright. He stabs it.
Yeah.
A dagger. He's a dagger
did it.
master.
You did it, yes.
Punching it back in the sea. And then,
And it's
oh,
this.
boy.
You'll want to make that banding croak again, considering that.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Arrgh.
That hits both
Wow.
of them.
They hit a lot better on their croaks.
There you go. Fling this by into ether. Target day's save ends.
Oh, well, that's the end of the turn then. It stays.
Yeah. Make a save.
Yenka.
Rowana gets
sorry,
a
not
save.
Yenka.
She does, yes!
Yay! She doesn't care to be dazed.
Rolled a natural 20.
Hmm.
Out of here for this shit.
Nora here. Well, this is all a big mess. But
Yeah. That's true.
she is pretty amazing. So she gets to do
Modest.
on her turn. She gets to do 2 basic attacks and a bite attack to follow it up with. So she also raises her own claws, which are longer, clearly more powerful than Yenka, and almost coated in sort of a residium-like crystal. She will strike number 12 here with a claw attack.
Just hits.
Yes.
Yeah.
And actually, as I remember, that's actually all she gets to do because she's dazed. So never mind all the fancy stuff.
Well, she's not getting hit by the croak anyway.
She already was. And then she'll try to save against the shaking off the croaking effect.
There's more where that comes from for a little while longer. And Grah! Ooh, damn! It is a rockin' getting that 14 damage.
It does. And
Uh-huh.
slowed.
And slowed.
At least the enemies are coming to them. They don't have to move too far.
Yeah,
Covered
turns out
in-
Katoas don't really have any. What are they gonna do? Grah! The stupid cleric. He's not serving the right god. The bright god. Well,
Helm
the dark
sees
god.
all.
40 versus, and that is with combat advantage too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bam.
Yep.
42.
14
And
damage. Bite
then
down.
it is rocking.
Slowed. Not defeated.
Man.
Bloodied. Doesn't need to do that. Really, he just needs to kill some of these. So he will, Oh, it's a good question. He will look to the Candor here and say, strike them down, man, kill them. Strike ability. Give a friendly
+4.
An attack with them. So that lets Nikandor strike at number 7 here with Morning Star with a +4 to hit. So that's 49.
Oh, yes. They'll definitely hit. Yeah. No. Oh, that's almost enough.
Ashes one.
I don't.
And then he's gonna do a saving. No.
Does flanking count for this?
Yeah, it would. Would make it a
His
hit, yeah.
reflex. Yeah.
Oh, taste. They get rid of one or more of these things. This is what happens when you have all the leaders and not enough casters. When you
This is what happens
Right.
when all the people who are supposed to lead the Katoas also go last.
Well, that's it. That's it. That's what Rockin could do.
All right.
He sort of gave someone else
The
a turn.
other
Doesn't work
Katoa.
with Rock.
God.
Actually, he'll shift him.
Yeah. Hmm. What? You can just swim here. It's such a good day for a swim. Target the dazed one.
Get over to it.
That's it.
All right. There is a whisper of movement in the dark of the ceiling, where even the light cast from the adventurers can't quite reach. Mattings of webs crisscrossing the roof, and very faintly, legs or some sort of appendages, the size of the adventurers themselves, come creeping into the light. It's the end of the turn.
Boy. All right.
Might as well go here. Stinius is going. I'm just gonna say, Grah! Flanking.
Miss.
Oh, still miss. Boo. And another one. Hmm. Oh no. Yeah. Grah!
You've worn down by all these.
Oh no! What is it gonna do? Oh, there's room over here. What's this guy do? A close burst one. Grah!
It's just a hit also. Advantage.
Is it? Oh, he's dazed. Yes, my plan. All right. Actually made it to the Kotoa Poison Master. Basic attack, no. Sorry, need to read. No. Grimace, do you want? This one has an ability that can make your spider shift. Are you happy with where you are?
I am a spider, Eric. That is my answer to your question. I have an intelligence score of 3.
You're a dire spider.
No, the stab luck literally says an intelligence score of 3.
Oh. Well, that's not what I wrote. I wrote in a dire spider. You know.
Yeah, big mean spider.
What is its speed? If this movement ends. Well, I don't need it to be hidden again. I need the fucking spider to work.
How about you focus on all the bloodshed that's currently happening right here on the island?
Yes. He will do a command. A murder kill. And he will command Kutoa number 8.
To shift its speed.
Oh no. This is really hard, actually. Maybe not that one. It's sort of stuck. I'll do this one.
Yeah, go ahead and command that one.
Going under the bridge. And it'll make a basic attack? Is that just its
Nope.
its cruel implement?
Yes, it doesn't have any other things it can do, so yeah, it would have to be.
That looks like a miss.
Yeah. Right. That must be him. And we go. Oh, it's him again. We'll try to hit it again. Ooh.
All right, that looks like a hit.
Oh.
Stabbed.
Wait. He was flanking with the spider, yeah?
The spider spider doesn't exist for the Manikai or for the players, like for any review.
Oh, okay. I see. Okay. That makes sense. Cleric, Nikandor.
It's currently dazed, so he gets to do one thing. Might be a little too early to use the daily. But it is a good time to use his other power, his encounter power. Because all of these Koatoa are very close. It's a burst 3. He'll use the Burst of Radiance, a close burst 3 attack.
Oh, damn.
Well, it's sadly not friendly, so
Oh.
but will hit his allies too. But right now that seems actually to be no, he wouldn't do it. It's too early for that. He wouldn't hurt his allies with it. That goes against who he is as a person. He'll strike number 3 up there. Strike.
No.
Save against dazed. Save against slow. Dazed. Give me some space. No one really can.
You need to look at the range on this one.
It's 12.
That is a lot. Alright. Cultist number 14 to the main. We'll try and hit the cleric. Ooh.
And
Oh
that
wait,
crit
that
is
was
a
from this. So that's
Yeah,
actually a crit. Right?
yeah,
On a
well, that is an
critical or
attack roll of a 19. So yes, that is a crit. Now, do you know how much damage they deal on a crit? It looks like it's still 14 damage.
When a cultist of murder critical hits a target, all cultists of murder adjacent to that target can make a basic attack as a free action.
All right, so go to
One more.
yeah. So
Aha!
3 gets to make an attack, and with the flanking, that'd be a 40 versus armor class, which will hit.
Oh, they smell blood.
Stab in the front, stab in the back.
Yes.
All
Then
right,
it's a dead couture.
let me start removing these dead people from initiative.
And this one. Shift here. It smells a bloodied person. Closer to death is how we like our.
Who are you attacking?
Hmm?
Please tell me who you're attacking.
The bloodied person.
There's no bloody.
No, Eric.
The cleric isn't bloodied.
Doesn't look like it.
What?
Huh. It's
I mean,
rendering bloodied on both of our screens.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh.
At 108 hit points.
Oh, well, that's weird that our hit points totals would be different. I mean,
Huh.
yeah, he has 122 on mine.
Well, now he has 122 on mine.
I
I
don't know.
wonder what
Yeah.
happened.
Why that's different.
Oh.
I don't know.
All right,
Well,
we'll go.
then it'll stay
But
here.
as
And
it turns out, it makes sense because that's just 14 different. So maybe I did some damage to him that didn't register. There we go. He's bloody.
oh, okay. Yes, the couture tries to
It's
hit him.
exactly one hit.
51.
Hits. Yeah.
14 damage. And then we have. Ooh, this one. Will attack Cineas, the Paladin. 42? Ooh.
It's a hit.
Should also be a hit. And then it is Lazarek.
Yes, he's it's a when he gets to do one thing. That's okay. He's not threatened right now, so he'll just blast the nearest one in this counter.
Yep.
Hold the destruction.
20 versus reflex. Yes.
Blasts it. Hits.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. And then he's gonna save against his daze.
Not. Yeah, okay. I was gonna say. Wait, he doesn't get dazed, does he?
What?
He was
Oh, he was
Lazarek was
dazed.
already
Okay.
dazed.
Okay.
Lord.
So many things here. Okay. I wonder if I don't know. Things show up a little late here. Alright.
That's him.
Next.
Yes,
Phineas, the
he's
Paladin.
getting in a bad situation here. He keeps being dazed and such. It's really not really not good. Lets him not use his reactions or anything. But what can you do but just kill at this point? So he will just swing a halberd at number 11,
No.
defending his allies here. He stands holding firm. All right, well that's it then. You have to do some second moves. Slow and dazed. Still dazed, but not slow.
Yenka.
And kind of sees that there might be. This is not really working out. This is not what she needs from them, you know. She will cast a rain of fire, ripping open
Shit.
a portal in the sky to make fire rain down in area burst 1 within 10. So she'll put it here, targeting these 3.
Yeah.
Rain of fire. Up 1. Next one. 40, 45, and 40.
Yes. Those will all hit.
Counter power.
Bam.
Which means,
Bam.
I will click maddening croaks as they go up in flames.
3 times.
And a miss and a hit.
Aha. Still dazed.
Bloodied by the croaking. It's maddening, driving me insane. Crazy Coachella.
Yenka done?
Yes.
Okay.
You're not going to spend your
Oh.
action point to make. No, certainly doing damage.
Smells blood. Attack the Paladin. Flanking. Still not enough. Ah.
Right.
And it is Roanna.
Yes. Sadly, she is only well. No, she actually pretty good with this. So she'll use her shadow jump power here. Teleport
Oh.
over there and then do a flanking stab
Yes.
to stab this Kotoa. Kills it.
And then, ooh, 3 times.
That's the wrong attack.
Oh, yes. Sorry. Oop.
So hit, hit and a miss. Get broke down. Fighting against this madness that's coming.
Yep.
That's,
And then it is Anora.
so,
Oh, sorry.
and Nora here is not dazed, so that's nice. We'll see if we can keep it that way by shifting backwards first. Then we'll do the 2 attacks, 1 against 5 and 1 against 10, so 5 and 10
Yes.
from the raise.
5, 10, 10, dead. 5 also dead, which will trigger the maddening croak.
It's these 2 guys again. That'll be a more. It does the action points together. Hawking gets to do a recharge roll. Recharges. And oh yeah, of course he will simply tell his paladin buddy here to now that he recharged to strike, kill another one. So he has starting to hit number 13. Looks like it.
Oh, yes.
Slash. It's
13.
cut down.
And it will do its. No, boo.
Do saving throws. Yes. Free from conditions. Good place to be.
And it is Spider.
All right. rappelling from the ceiling into full view, dangling over the water next to the island, is a rather gruesome sight. A hideous creature, twisted, fey, markings of blood, skittering down, repelling like the strands of thread connecting it. Its mouth opening upon the island. As just make sure I get this right. Yes, close blast 5. Okay. This might not be a friendly blast. I don't know whether it's a friendly blast. The notes don't say.
It wouldn't be.
Doesn't sound like it's friendly. All right. So it'll go there. Now, we do have combat advantage against the cleric if this attack hits. Everyone else doesn't have combat advantage against. This will be against 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Guess the first one will be against the Koatoa.
I imagine so, yeah. 37 versus reflex will miss.
Hit. Miss. And a hit. 3 hits on my guys. 2 of which
Now,
have combat advantage against.
See. Now, the attack against the cleric would be 40 versus reflex due to the dazed.
Yep. Hit.
And that is slowed anyway. So the cleric will take an extra 22 poison damage from that attack.
So the damage first here is 22 and then 22 extra.
Yes.
That's
Acid and poison damage on the base attack, and then poison from the extra damage.
they just target is slowed and takes ongoing 15.
Ongoing 15 acid and poison save-ins both. As the spider just, with an at-will, not even a recharge, an amazing breath weapon, just unloads upon the island of the adventurers.
Kill it!
Dangling from the ceiling.
What world is this thing?
As the end of the spider's turn. You're muted, by the way, Ari. You wanted to say some shit.
Oh, yes. The Kotoa storms ahead. Oh, somehow, I prefer to think that it already was trying to get in position to attack when the spider missed it. So it was definitely not skill. But then again, they have lift here, mostly by staying in the water, so they don't interrupt the spider. Hit the cleric.
Well, that's a hit.
Yes, 40 damage and he's slowed. Grrr. And then is this leader who will direct Kotoa cultist number 2 again. It is time to murder, kill. Blood for the lady of murder.
Stabs him again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of stabbing going on here.
Yeah, and then he'll move a little closer because soon enough his people are gone here, and you know.
I know.
Yeah. All right, that's it. Cleric.
Vomits. Oh. It's a lot of things work with him. Okay, well, it's time to stop playing nice, because you know, might not actually survive for that much longer. So at least that's how it feels a little bit. So it's time to use the daily. Time to use the holy word by speaking a true prayer to his god helm. The close blast 3 enemies in blast. So he will direct it sort of this way to hit these 2.
All right.
So the first one will be against the poison master, and then against the twisted spiders. Word.
Yeah.
Oh yes, that will hit.
Yeah. The vigilance, 20 thunder damage.
Damage.
And the target is stunned. Yes, the power of the vigilant, honor-bound helm.
Done.
Blasting these
There it is.
monsters.
It will not continue. Vileness.
Then it's the other
He is
Kotoa.
dazed and slowed now. So let's see. Still dazed. still slow,
Oh.
doesn't take ongoing damage.
Oh, that's lucky for him. All right. This Couture will also move up. Little hits. That doesn't look nice. But he too will command cultist number 2 to do what is right. Murder.
I will miss even with combat advantage.
Boo. And there we go.
Well,
It
it's
is
okay. He sees
Letheric.
that big spider, and he doesn't want that to come for him, so he's just gonna fire a. Actually, is this a counter power? Yeah. It's time to get that spider. He'll use the word of pain. Different type of word.
The spider feels pain.
25 damage and 15.
It would writhe in agony if it weren't stunned.
And vulnerable 10.
And vulnerable 10. Gotcha. Vulnerable 10. Save ends.
And he's perfectly
Ongoing
fine
15.
where he is. He feels like he's in a good spot. Though, she looks like these adventures came in useful after all. Something like that. I could have handled these guys. It's ongoing.
Finish.
Why? His powers don't really help him here fighting these little guys. So he'll just strike a halberd at number 2 here, trying to finish some of these.
No.
No.
That will just miss.
Slowed. Yes. Dazed.
Yeah.
Yes. Ongoing. No. Exactly the opposite of the other guy. Shake off these things.
Yenka.
Yenka, yes. She also is concerned with what that spider just did. So
It's a big
dangerous looking.
That's lurkers for you.
Yeah. Popped out and hurt people. That said, she also doesn't like the poison master over there, and she is a tactician, if anything. So she's gonna. I suppose he would have cover over there in the water.
Spider. I would say
behind,
so.
But she's gonna try anyway. To his defenses, but she's gonna try to just barrage him with
Defenses aren't great.
barrage him with various spells here, laying him at him.
Yes.
Sort of
Damn.
throw all
Acid,
sorts of
fire,
things at him.
cold damage. Yeah, you don't have that.
He'll be pushed, sort of, I guess, like onto land there behind, and then dazed.
It's a slide thing and not a push thing. Where you want to put him?
Oh yeah, she wants him away right now.
All right.
She has
That'll be.
decent range, but
Let's
Interesting.
heal 1
Dazed
point of that.
also.
That's 42 damage.
Oh.
And dazed.
Any more?
no, she doesn't want to spend an action point. She doesn't want to walk closer to these guys. They sort of explode when they die. So
That is
like a bad
true.
idea
Yes.
to- Not really melee character as such.
Just yeah. Oh, that's the wrong one. All right. It's time to stab the cleric.
Oh.
Ah.
I think him.
That's right. Yeah. Cast down your faith for help. Embrace Navain.
No,
That's right. It'll move here.
your cult will never succeed. You vile monsters. as if they understand what he's saying to them.
Yeah. They're basically what they said. I want you to think of someone who is yelling into a blender that is going on and blending something wet. That's what they sound like.
The natural magical beast.
Anna here
Yeah.
sees a poison master here who is stunned, therefore giving combat advantage. And as a knife master, that is the dream.
I respect it.
Gonna stab him.
Yeah. I
I think,
bet.
you know.
That will hit.
All right, then a second attack can be made.
I need to remember.
That does a
That
32.
the second attack will miss.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's see here. Is the spider in range? Is it sitting on the ceiling? Or...
No, it's repelled down. It's hanging.
Alright.
It's hanging
Then
off.
she'll
so
use
it
the
should be in
persistent blade power. It misses the Kotoa, then swing around and stab the spider.
That will hit the spider.
All right, and then there's a sneak attack for the Kotoa. Oh, Come on. Sneak attack for the spider.
All right.
He can sneak attack twice?
The cool kind of rogue.
Yeah, wow, thanks.
And
Yeah, I
then
love getting told that.
is a
We need to reprioritize our target.
here's a saving throw or 2. So that's all right. No more ongoing damage. I apologize. I should have rolled a recharge roll as well. I'm gonna say no. There's 2 recharges.
Enora,
Yes.
the almighty dragon lady.
Yes, she doesn't like that her friends are getting killed. This is grim. I mean, they just fought like a pit feat and also think this is supposed to not be.
I love
case
that.
at
Like
the moment.
she looks to Yenka, and Yenka's just like stone
I
cold.
don't
Like
know.
this is really,
Huh.
you know.
Who cares? I'm not.
Yeah, he doesn't even know their names.
Currently, these cultists have to go. So there'll be rays of thunder against each of them. Closest one first. Blam.
Yes.
And then number 2.
Yes. Oh my god.
Blast them.
59 versus that fucking crit.
It's a good thing that I have made peace with maybe dying. You know.
59 versus
Okay. Well,
Power
the
of multiple
cleric
adult dragons.
and the warlock will first get hit,
That is a hit against the cleric.
and then the other one is on the cleric and the paladin.
Another hit against the cleric and another cleric. He dies. The croak is driven mad until he just collapses on the ground, heart stopping from the
Is
of it
it
all.
dead?
No!
Yes,
They
you
grit their
did that.
teeth. There's a flashback of 15 minutes of the episode where we see him saying like something to them, that inspires them somehow. But he has fallen here in what is surely the last
Where's your
chamber.
god now?
Well, he's with him.
Mm-hmm.
He
With
fought.
hell.
He died and fought well.
That's not where hell is.
No.
Rewarding the cleric for like his loyal and faithful service.
Hell is outside this room to the other side, you know.
They did their job. Now they just get to watch. All right, yeah, no,
Yeah,
he falls
alright.
and collapses into the ground.
Rockin.
No! No, why? Swing a sword at the spider here. Just hit it. That's good damage again.
Because you have combat advantage, that will hit. And that reminds me that I should take an extra 20 damage from the multiple hits I took while having vulnerable 10 damage on. Spider is heavily wounded.
He shifts backwards because save. That's it.
All right, spider.
And remains stunned through the power of Helm. The lurker
The
is
whole
not able
word.
to escape, still dangling from the ceiling.
Staley
Oh,
still carries on.
and this guy also needs to do a save. Oh, does he have a macro, perhaps? He does.
Wait.
Oh, well,
Nope.
that's a shitty macro right there.
It is not a save,
Also
actually.
staggered by the power of Helm.
And the
It
dead
is,
cleric.
It is until the end of the cleric's next turn. So they would both not be stunned now, but dazed instead. I can click them back.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Them after effects here.
Oh yeah, it's done until the end of the cleric's next turn. Okay,
And dazed is an after effect.
gotcha.
Of
all
what
right.
cleric?
So there's no need. I needed to roll the save anyway for the ongoing 15 vulnerable 10, which I failed to break.
All right. This couture. Now they look alike. It's like, oh god, now there's no marks. All right. We'll help out the spider here. I think we'll call out.
Okay, the spider shifts twice its speed. This movement ends in cover from all enemies. The spider is hidden. I think the only place the spider is going to be able to move to get cover is to rapidly rappel back up into the ceiling and speed. So we'll say that there, and it sort of like scurries off in this direction, seeking cover. And
Gonna say
The
twice
wizard's
its
caster's
speed.
sort of look up there, staring. Trying to
Yeah.
pinpoint it.
Twice its speed, which climb speed is 6, so 12.
Yeah. That's pretty good. Alright, that's it, because he's dazed. Also needs to save. Come
Yeah.
on. Hey! Look at that.
Right.
He will no longer be dazed. He's got
The-
murdering to do.
Yeah, the Poison Master remembers his devotion to Neme.
Yes. He remembers what happens if you don't spill blood. Your blood will be spilled. Alright, Lazaric.
Yeah, he would have attacked that spider because he doesn't like the thought of that thing coming for him. But given that it's not there, he can blast the thing that just told it to go somewhere else. So he's going to hit number 1 there with a bolt of destruction.
Yes. Does have. Oh, it's acid and fire.
That's the fire.
Yeah,
Poison
yeah.
Master
I also play an elementalist. I get it.
And he'll sort of step on there because just it feels safer to be a little closer to the others, so he's not like isolated out there.
With the spider, hungry.
Yeah, it's not a good thought.
All right.
Uh,
It's the Paladin.
takes his ongoing. Oh, this can't go on for much longer, but he is a hero. So we'll step here. Start by using a leg sweep, trying to knock this thing on its butt.
He does have combat advantage,
So do we-
so that will hit.
15 damage and
Ah.
prone.
15
The
damage.
Paladin just leg swept you.
And given how damaged he is, he's at least going to use it in compound now that he's fighting something that's not just,
A
like
minion.
a minion. Yeah, so he's going to use a Divine Smite. Strikes.
Yes.
A little
Oh,
bit
Yeah.
redundant with the prone,
Wow.
but
what a
Pushed
what
would
a,
be where? Here?
what god or goddess does Cineas channel with this divine smite?
Also
Any? Ah,
they were old friends, but alas. It's, it's going hard for them. That's what happens when you go first into the fray, I suppose. He will try to make a save against his ongoing damage, still taking.
Jinka.
She's not so afraid as the others. She'll move over here. She needs to care of things here. And sees the one over there. Poison Master number 1. He's standing up and not like dazed and bloodied on the ground. So time to just sort of do that again to him. So that'll be a knocking.
Yes.
Like several spells just flung at him. A quick.
And slide the target. Three squares
Three
and
backwards really. Just get him away from them.
days. 2, 1, 2, 3.
Blasting him.
All right. Rowan.
Yes, has to do recharge rolls. Does it and does not do it. Alright. Well, there's a dazed enemy. That means it's sneak attack time. So stab
Yeah. That will hit.
and then stab.
also hits.
Also hit.
And then,
Bit,
that'll be
bit, bit.
18, 20, and then 12 and 19.
Ooh, sneak attacks. That is not okay. I'm
Stab,
level
stab.
30 and I have 1!
Hmm.
And he has as many dice as me!
She does.
On
Good
his,
with
she
sneak
does.
attack,
Yeah.
Way to assume the adventurer's gender, Ari. God.
Yeah, sorry. All of the
Um,
others were men, so just
Way to assume the adventurer's gender is.
because he said he.
But that's it. Just gonna go stabbing,
Yes.
hoping that they die from that. But
All right, Enora.
steps here.
Try not to call you Apple.
Looks at the one that's laying there on the ground. Time to
That's
end it.
pretty pathetic.
Just gonna do a blast and a blast.
I was gonna say, even with -2 from it being prone, that does not matter at all, because he's incredible.
17 and
Sadly.
21.
Yeah, 21. I think it is. Oh, 8 hit points. Woo!
Well, it doesn't have anything to follow that up with at the moment, so it's just
All right.
Thunder Blasts.
Warlord. I just gotta tell the
Tell the
rogue.
rogue to strike.
Yeah.
Actually, he
Yeah.
can't. He hasn't reached out to that, but maybe he can.
Oh.
No, can't do it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it's gonna have to go here himself then and try to do it. Advantage
No.
38.
No.
No,
Nope.
that's
39.
bad. Then he's next to it. Well, maybe it's fine. All right. Well, that's it then.
Spider.
All right, Ari. Important question, since you're the one who designed this dungeon, and you also deem the spider had a bit more intelligence. Is the spider going to fight to the death? Would this creature of a bit more than animal intelligence fight to the death? That's what I'm asking.
I sort of envisioned this whole room to be a bit crazed, blood, cultist.
Sure.
So yeah,
All right.
I think
It makes perfect sense. Then the vulnerable day spider is hidden and does have one thing, as it leans out with a range 5 attack against Lazarek from the ceiling. A hideous ambush that lashes out.
Should not. I mean, that's a hit, definitely.
All right, that'll be 28 points of damage against Lazarek. And then the spider and the target will both teleport 6, ending adjacent to each other. So I guess we'll put the spider on the ground instead of Lazarek up in the ceiling webs. There we go. Like this.
ooh, into the water.
No, there would be like a saving throw attached there? I don't think so. They have to be adjacent to each other. I mean, you're the GM, so you could put them there if you want, but I would give Lazarek a saving throw to not end up in the water.
Yes, fair. The water's a trap, also. This all.
You know what? Then yeah, make a saving throw to see whether you end up in the water.
Oh no!
I didn't know the water was a trap.
Get dunked in it.
Yes. I guess this is a manual roll for me. Eh.
Oh no! I
There's
made
a-
a whirlpool for you.
There's a whirlpool.
Oh,
up there.
hey!
Yeah. Had I known that was a trap, I might have worked. Try to do more.
Well,
Oh.
that does miss. So he managed to stay away from the horrible monsters that emerge.
You know.
Oh.
All right. That is the spider's one action. I got 2 saves. One is against the daze, fails that. One is against the ongoing 15, which I should have taken, which should be 25 due to the vulnerable 10. Let's make a save against that and fail. This lurker is not long for this world at the end of the turn.
Yes,
Okay,
the
let's see.
Couture Master. That has 8 hit points left. Will do its best.
Minus 2 to
noted.
attack rolls from being prone, I think.
Yeah, you know. Sorry, just need to move action.
Yeah. Poison Master, if you could only do one action to end your life, what would it be?
One action, one opportunity. To murder everything you ever wanted. Would you capture it? Yes, he will do poison spear on the rogue. Or try with the minus 2, you know. Ooh.
That's a hit for 15 damage.
Oh, that is.
Worse than
Uh-huh. And well, that's really what he can do.
Uh-huh.
You can make a save against the daze.
Oh yes, come on. Well, no. That's because 8 HP. He's not gonna survive. An aura if anything else.
And then Poison Master 1, who's been shoved away by Yinka, gets one action.
Oh, can't command the other one. He's not a cultist.
Too far away from the spider.
Yeah. I don't think he has any pressure.
Just move on to the bridge and rattle the spear menacingly, like ready to die.
Yeah. I say he can't even. Well, nope. Yes. scream, but not in a way that, actually hurts them. Sadly.
Just too
And
sane for that.
and he'll try to save also. Oh, I keep wanting to type that. No, he has a macro. Aha! Ah, these petty humans. And
So,
whatever
is
other
the
races
monster
they are.
pool start turn, in turn, move through? Like, how does that work?
Enter.
GM.
Enter or enter.
Okay.
What does that mean?
If he ends his turn in the water, he gets bit again.
Mm.
All right. Well, he's stuck here. Yeah, he's gonna try to use his melee attack, his burning touch on the big spider.
Spider is not burned.
Then I guess he's gonna try to wiggle out of it.
He's immobilized.
Yeah.
Save ends.
Save ends. Well, then he's gonna have to save before he can move. So I guess he is gonna end his turn here if he can't kill it. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Just to
Click your
get
monster
that.
pool again. There you go.
Oh no, he gets bit.
Yes.
He is grabbed
22
by a
damage.
sea
The target is
monster.
grabbed. It takes ongoing 15 poison damage, ongoing 15 acid damage. Save ends both.
What is it that's in here?
Yeah, it is a bunch of ravenous eels looking for any meat. They're trained by the Kutoa, but certainly were fed plenty of other humanoid creatures, to get a taste, and only a taste. It is just a swarm, as basically, I think already they gather under the surface, but because the surface on top of it looks like dark and oozy, it's not actually visible. But like if you have ever fed carps and they just all come up, basically they're just all waiting with their little gross mouths, and when you enter, they just start wrapping around you and nibbling, uh,
A lot of
which
damage
is a good
there.
time.
No, he's not having a good time.
Well,
This was exactly the sort of thing you feared would happen.
Grabbed, ongoing. Ugh.
if we
Sucked down by
grab and
monsters
also
in
need
water.
to escape the monsters.
Yeah.
He does get a save against the immobilization now, though,
Yes.
from the spider.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah. Now it is Paladin.
Yes, it takes his ongoing 15. Which is rough.
That's still the spider doing work?
Yeah,
Damn.
Step over here, and you know what? The good thing about having a helper is you have reach 2, so he'll strike the Koto on the ground. Prone. Likes fighting prone things.
Yeah.
Skewers the poison master.
Praise to hell to save. Oh, it's just being corroded to death at this point.
Yes.
That's it, though.
And then Jenka.
Yes, she is not being corroded to death, and she sees her apprentice with the spider that does take precedence over this damn poison master. So, over here.
Well, she doesn't see much of the apprentice, but she
arcane barrage the spider here.
That will miss. No, that with the day still ongoing, that will just hit the spider, and that's going to be enough to explode this twisted blade spider all over, well, everything.
Little guy
I
in
gotta
the water.
say, the eel will also eat that.
She grimaces. It looks very unpleasant to be in that water. She has enough empathy to see that. Poison Master there is not dazed, so there's no sneak attack at him here. Oh dear rogue, but she did get the teleport jump done, so he's gonna do that. Teleport here and do a dagger stab, trying to just kill it.
Yes.
Hit, and we follow up by that.
And also yes. But no sneak attack. Haha.
No sneak.
Nora.
Trying to finish the fight.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I knew what's gonna happen here. All right, is that? God, it's so hard.
It's 43 damage, 19 and 24.
I looked at those numbers and I was like, those are numbers.
They are.
Okay, Warlord needs to recharge.
Yeah, he does.
So he can command his rogue.
Oh yeah, he will.
Yeah.
Alright. Get that +4 bonus. Oh.
This is
Oh.
the poison master
Oh.
slides out of the way and the attack hits the bridge.
Very shot. Screams as she cuts. Almost cutting like the rope and then having to pull back.
Yep.
Seeing the weird mass of carbs things eels under her.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
Yes, you're lucky these guys don't have a push ability. All right. It is time for the poison spear attack on the rogue.
Ow. It's stabbed. Doesn't need to take any more damage. The party's already looked pretty battered from just the first situation here.
And yeah, that's it. It is Lazarus.
Ongoing 15 poison and ongoing 15 acid.
Screams. Ah!
Escape
No.
DC is 26 to escape from all of the horrid eels that are swirling around this Thayan wizard.
Yeah. He's gonna use his he's not trained in either acrobatics or but he has got his level. Got half of his his modifier. So he should be able to see here. Yes.
Yes.
No longer grabbed.
Problem here is that he's still webbed up. So,
Oh, shit, yeah, he did fail to
so
save
he
against
can't
immobilize.
can't actually get out yet, which
Speed
means
is
that,
0.
that he has to make a save. No, he's still webbed up as he's struggling to not be able to swim. You get to make another attack with it.
Yeah, well.
There's also the save-ins both on the ongoing 15 acid. Okay. So, managed to...
Rah!
No, he gets put right back on him.
And it gets put right back on. 20
Get me
damage.
out of here! You know, just sort of.
I think Yenka just standing there. Yeah, that looks unpleasant.
I wouldn't
Yeah.
like that to happen to me.
Yeah. All right, Phineas.
That takes his ongoing 15.
That spider fucking.
Vomit. Oh.
That's the power of a lurker, Eric.
Yeah.
They do a lot of damage. They just sort of pop out. Right. Well. Over and try to strike this thing.
Blank. Oh no. Yes, that will definitely hit. Grah.
Kills
Dead.
it. Good. I
Fall
just need
into
to get
water.
Lazarick out of the sea, too. Oh no. As soon as leans gets to side here. Someone needs to do a heal check on him when he's toast. At least it's not too difficult to do a DC 15.
Yenka.
She has an apprentice that needs saving. You know,
Oh, she's
gonna
never
take
gonna
one
let
action
him live down.
gonna use a move action here to activate the flame wings. So she can fly. Gonna go out. I'm gonna suggest she gets to try to give him a saving throw here to pull him out.
Saving throw or an ability? Oh, for the
Well, she's gotta like
the whipping or the grabbed?
the grab to sort of try to
Okay.
put him on land.
Sure, a saving
That's
throw
fine.
works. Like, for him,
Yeah.
it would be like
Yeah.
escape DC 26, but why not just make it a 50-50 whether Yinka can grab him?
Oh,
Oh,
can't.
oh,
he has to land on here. She tries to grab him, but he's just too held down.
he's floundering.
It's hard for him to swim to begin with since he's webbed up
Yeah.
and on top of all the eels around him.
Imagine Frodo in the end of the just
But
completely
also
wrapped
being
up.
devoured by monsters. Yeah. She
Yeah.
comes here. She knows he's useful, even if he's bastard. Double moves here. Really about trying to save him now. Nora will spread out her own wings that she has. You know, she can sort of do that freely. We'll try to also pull him out. No, he's just not. He doesn't even want to go. I guess
He lives there now.
not from you.
Wow. Yeah.
You
Just
go here.
spits in her hand.
Try to do that. Yeah, I mean he can't fail it, so he'll give the other guy a saving throw. Just to stop the ongoing.
The ongoing.
I mean, normally like a sort of like ongoing thing would end like when the combat ends, but I suppose the trap is also
Yeah.
part of this.
It is.
Yeah.
The XP budget.
Yeah. They're gonna get XP for it. They actually have to deal with it.
Oh, she pats and scrapes out the poison. Insidious, it's like, oh. Can barely stand.
Sick.
All right,
That's okay.
Lazarek, you
Aw.
take 30 damage.
And then you gotta do your save, because you can't... Well, you gotta try to escape.
Yeah.
So let's...
Escape DC 26.
It's very likely that he does it just because of his level. So he
Yes.
escapes,
Yep.
then saves against the being immobilized. No. And the ongoing. No, also no. No, he might actually
My
just
God.
drown in these carbs at this point.
All right, go ahead and make the monster full attack. Okay, that failed.
Oh,
Misses.
boo.
But he's not grabbed, but he
He
is
didn't survive.
immobilized.
You know?
I think
He's failed a lot of 50-50.
Yeah,
it's
he's been
dangerous.
lucky.
I
Sidious
feel
here
like-
needs to catch his breath. He's just gonna get over here and be like, "Oh God, I hope there's not more spiders."
You know, this death was properly telegraphed, really.
Yeah.
If it counts.
I mean, he's just sort of stuck. I think Yenka can probably pull him out, even he's not being grabbed anymore. Yeah,
I think so.
I think so, yeah.
Ugh,
Yeah.
which was sort of make
No,
him
then,
take
then
the
they can start peeling the fucking eels off because they're not letting go.
take the ongoing damage once more, and then
And take
Yeah.
30 more damage, and that should have resolved the situation. Yeah. The cavern falls silent. The rotting bodies of the Kuotoa on the islands and the screeching, like slithering eels just lurking, trying to get more.
too far in now. I mean, are they gonna go back out through the devils?
To the devil.
You know,
Hey guys.
You may take a short rest.
yeah. Which for people who don't have healing surges, means that you get to have your encounter powers.
Counter power. Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
which is that's something. It's, you don't even get an action point. It's
I mean,
only one.
you only get that after 2 encounters too.
Yeah,
So
the devils didn't count. They were just a free thing. They
Their
will
heads
they will
back.
bring the Candor over here with the thought that we'll come back for him. We'll see.
Mhm. I'm sure. Waken
Phineas-
Yaffle will come back.
Phineas will
for
put his
that
hand on
guy.
his shoulder and say, I will continue, brother, but I think
Oh,
soon
they're
I'll
siblings?
soon see you
She-
again.
She might, Ari. Like, you don't know that. And
That's true.
hopefully you'd never find out the answer to that.
Yes, that's true. They could not think about the fate for these guys. No.
All right, GM, get to work describing. Like,
Yes. The rest will be uninterrupted.
Short rest.
Yes.
Right.
Once they have rested, before them on the other side is a bunch of tunnels. Some are narrow, some are very wide. Some initially go up, some initially go down. Some seem to coalesce, but then don't. And this will be a skill challenge to try and pass through these tunnels without getting flooded, because some of these tunnels are also for the waste in this. Whatever the eels don't eat and whatever excrements are washed down into the next room. And the tunnels are therefore flooded quite often. And of course, Manchun has made sure that there are lots of traps in all these tunnels. It will be a complexity 2 skill challenge. 6 successes before 3 failures.
A harrowing array of twisting, winding passages, regularly flushed with refuse and debris, as well as other sort of like electronic, like not electronic, but like electrically, like traps that just like grab your ankle and like drag you against the wall.
Yes, there's definitely also some gross, red, slimy stuff that seems to be maybe blood, but maybe ooze, It's...
Yes. 6 successes before 3 failures.
All right. Well, that pretty much gives them one try each.
Yes, how good that one of them died.
Well, Yenka will start. So they're dealing with slick sort of caverns and
Just
eels and stuff.
Trying to find the right tunnel also without making too much noise,
Yeah.
so that they'll be exposed.
Will use her divine magic to try to detect which path leads to woe and which doesn't.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
And Arcana check.
Arcana check.
God, that is incredible power.
Wheel or woe? That
That is a
succeeds.
success, yeah.
All right, yeah, she does well. She's like, okay, not that one. This one.
Yeah. And since 1 doesn't default to failure in 4th edition, it would have been mechanically impossible for her to fail that check.
Yes.
She's too good.
She's very good at Arcana.
All right. Next up is the rogue.
Well, I mean, it could be whoever's next.
I guess
You don't have to be following initiative.
Yeah,
I'm going to
but
clear
it will be Verona because she is excellent. She'll use acrobatics to jump and to slide down and secure like a rope for the others to follow.
Something to grab with, so if they fall. Yes, that will also succeed.
Right.
Just succeeds.
Cineas will certainly use his athletics to follow climbing said rope. His strongest skill. Yeah.
Oh God, yes.
The adventurers are halfway to success.
They are. No failures.
Route has been partly cleared for them, managing to avoid the most harrowing bits of the tunnels.
At some point, a terrible monstrous eel might sneak up on them, and Lazarek here will having just endured what they are, probably overkill with his amount of arcane blasts he sends flying their way. He'll try.
Yeah, he does the Gilden Fire, like scorch it clean.
Yeah, he'll try to use his Arcana. Strongest.
Well, his poor streak continues, for he is once again harried and harassed by slithering creatures that come to nibble upon him once more. 1 failure.
And Nora here usually lets the others do things just because it feels right to let them try, because
she doesn't want to hand it to them,
feels bad for always carrying the team of her adventuring party.
Yeah, it must be tough.
She is a bit overpowered, honestly.
Yes, I can see from her token and theirs.
So she will use her dungeoneering to try to find the right.
That is just enough to succeed. Yes, because of 4 saves. She conflicting whispers within her mind, perhaps the thoughts of the fallen comrade above.
She has for a long time. She feels really guilty about this, but she has this intense need as she looks at the back of the neck of the rogue walking in front of her. She just kind of wants to rip it out, and it's sort of this sort of sick fascination with death and murder that really has driven her to at some point push away her friends before they reconnected and had a heartwarming sort of "no, we'll stay with you no matter what" moment. And the guilt of what happened earlier in her life before she learned to control these things.
She's trying to resist the spark of murder within her.
Yeah, she doesn't know what it is, but I guess that it is caused by this vile creatures that await at the end of this place. Maybe she can finally be free of it.
That's true.
All right.
Can't really
well, everyone has tried, and they have not succeeded yet. So,
well, Rockin would not have tried. Yeah,
tried,
because
no, that's true. He his skills might not be... no, not really optimal for this situation. Rockin, you can try to do a climbing. I mean, let's be honest. Everyone else has done a thing. He will also just try to climb. So well.
That's
Just
just
done it.
enough.
Yeah.
Alright,
Well
yeah.
done.
The magic number of 32 has been hit again.
Yeah.
5 successes.
One more.
The adventurers have nearly found their way through the harrowing pathways.
Lazarek will try to tell them
I was
something
gonna say,
like,
so just don't let Lazarek roll now.
but he wants to. He failed one. He gets to do a dungeoneering
Uh-huh.
check to try to figure out the way through.
Oh!
God, he
5
is
successes.
wonderful. He's like,
2
just
fails.
let us not go
my
anyway.
God.
Avoid the water.
His,
He should have
his
died.
teleportation sets off an alarm trap Manchun set that causes like fluctuations in like the tunnel passageways,
Oh,
threatening to
no.
knock the climbers off course.
Given how wounded everyone is, Barry, do you think it'd be fair for Sidious here to just take a moment here and be like, no, let's just all calm down and use his heal skill to try to sort of just patch people up a little bit so maybe they can not groan so much?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean,
So-
also just they
See,
would probably
even if you didn't directly count it, you could say like it gives like a huge bonus to like the next person like who rolls.
Yeah. Because I feel like they're not doing a lot of like they are. Three of them are bloodied.
Especially him, actually.
Yes, I tried very hard.
He'll try it.
Yes.
People up.
All right.
Alas, they did it.
Which means you'd go to the victory section of the skill challenge.
Actually, it's not listed as a primary skill, but I don't think a penalty would be
Well-
high enough for 40 to fail.
Well, I mean, that's why Manikai asked you, like, whether it would be okay.
Yeah.
Because it wouldn't have been listed as, like, a,
I don't remember what's on the list either.
Yes. Oh, I see. You can't move yourself, can you?
I cannot. It's all dark and
can't see
blocked by
anything.
vision blocking layers.
So,
I can't just move him there. Is that
so yes, Ari, you can just move him there, but, like, with what the victory text suggests, like, I can make, like, certain portions visible. You can paint a picture and then tell me where to make visible for him.
all right? That works.
Hmm.
Yes. Through the winding tunnels, walking through gross waters, washed out, but not damaged. They appear into another room. A cave, it seems. Again, slightly rustling sounds, but when they look into the cavern, it is cloudy, weirdly misty. It's hard to see very far, but around them they see small little scrubs and lights in the distance. What is clearly a big swamp. Yet again, and maybe even more so, defying the expectation of going further into this dungeon. And as they succeeded in the skill challenge, they'll be able to pick their position in the start of the dungeon instead of being deposited in the middle and immediately, get jumped.
All right. In light of it, I've just revealed the entire thing. Where's going to be their area that they're allowed to have as a starting point? Should it be like this
Yeah,
sort of like
I think sort of this area, right?
where the tunnels are?
Yeah.
A lot of murky water, so I think it's probably most beneficial to be over here.
Yes.
This water does count as difficult terrain, given its consistency and what's within.
Out over here.
Something that would be very visible to the adventurers.
I'll look here into this. Okay. Large cave. Yeah, with the thoughts of at least finally we made it. They will step out of the wet, sort of gross tunnels. Finding one at least that ends with, not water. As they
Yeah,
come out,
well,
they just see a large bog.
more gross water. Uh, basically, yeah.
Back here.
Yeah,
I
need
suppose it is too much to hope for that this is simply the place those things we just dealt with lived. So, well, just no, without luck. He glances at the back of Honora. They've also dealt with her bad luck. I think frowned slightly. Again, another thing. She wishes she had brought more princesses. So, Lazarus gets the best one, and he's barely made it this far. And again, not going back for the devils, wanting to come back here. Yeah. Oh,
Sorry, I'm just opening files frantically here.
they will begin moving into this like muddy dirt here, trying to stay out of the water, probably.
Undeniably, like sounds of like eerie rustling just sort of reverbing through the giant like cavern, water rippling.
Walk on this
Sound of
log
like
here.
the sound of like one of like the drains like flushing.
I think you can stop there, Manakai.
Right.
As soon as the rogue, I think, comes close to the water. Let me just get them here.
First to leap over.
Um, we will go into initiative.
All right.
Oh, what did they see?
Well,
What does the camera following this adventure party?
they see not really a lot. Up from the water comes a face with sort of kelpy hair hidden in the different sort of plants and tries to grab the rogue.
Oh,
Gonna be coming up right there, huh?
I would it make sense to just have that one go first, or
I mean, they won a skill challenge, Jerry. Like, you're not dropping them in a combat situation immediately. I'm not the one who designed the room, but like, that's starting right there. Like, with them being surprised instead of having noticed something, it's kind of rude. Like, it doesn't really make them feel like they won.
oh yeah, is that not how it works?
hmm. Would they have noticed him before?
Oh, yeah, you can make a check for it, certainly.
Right.
I don't know what his stealth is. Can find out, maybe.
It's up for you to decide really how to go with this. Right. I think we can try to see if we can spot him, climb over.
Let's say.
Probably not.
Just use the dexterity modifier that's down there in the stat block and add 5 to it, because the Bogman's probably trained in it.
So, which, like, it says 25 and then 20.
Right, so that ability modifier is factoring in like the level as well. So you would take that plus 20, then add 5 to it. Because you'd say the Bogman's trained,
25.
for like a stealth check.
So that is, plus 25 to the still check?
1d20 plus 25.
Okay. That's 25.
All right. Yeah.
40. Who?
We got a 28, so
Oh, okay, yes.
Rana here has not seen the Bogman. That said, is there
All right.
anything else that might be out here?
Yeah, I think I mean the will-o-wisps are sort of I have them all sort of haphazardly spread around to get that like mist, and you can see like distant light. Just
Eerie beckoning lights.
yeah, it's essential. No person builds a swamp without these. Like it's just not done.
All right. I was waiting for Ari to finish moving all of them so I could select all of them and make them visible. There we go.
Oh, yes.
That would have been
I
bad
need
to
to
be
learn
done
how
in the
to do
middle of
that.
this.
So you would right-click on a token that you want to make visible,
Mhm.
or a group of tokens, and then below Snap to Grid, it says Visible to Players.
Where you go too fast? Where?
So you right-click on a token. You know how it pops up set facing,
Oh,
here
okay, yes.
facing, arrange change to. Beneath Snap to Grid, it says Visible to Players.
Oh.
Note how all of the tokens
Yes,
are
I
grayed
checked.
out right now because they're not visible to players. If you go to
Oh.
like show as player, players can't see them. But once they become visible to players and they get the cyan like background when you mouse over them with like the white text,
And I can do that when they're together.
yes, you can
Oh.
make everyone visible at once.
Yeah, I think this is a very long map. Um, I don't think we have a mechanic necessarily for the mist Manakai.
Not
More
really. It
so
doesn't seem
flavor-wise.
necessary.
I'm guessing these people are maybe cool enough that they don't care about that.
Presumably.
Uh, but I mean, they would not be able to see the things that are
Sure.
all in the other end of the room, right?
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. If things are hidden, then they're hidden.
Yeah.
Just put them on the map.
Yeah,
and
I
then,
want to put them here, and then
They can
then
sort
we'll
of
go from
join
there.
in whenever. Climbing in a log and suddenly there's like a face under it.
what are you laughing at?
Well, initiative's got to be rolled for the NPCs so that
Oh.
the turn can actually cycle as you're slowly positioning where you want all these things that totally don't exist. Wink, don't worry about it, adventurers.
So can I roll them even though they're hidden?
Yeah, if they're hidden, I
Yes.
just don't see them in the list. But
Oh,
you will.
well, that would have been a lot easier if I had done that first.
It's okay. I'll select them all and I'll roll initiative.
Thank you, Grimace.
And then we'll click sort initiative. And then we'll press the play button. That one may not have gone into initiative.
If the Bogman goes, I guess he would go first. But
I suppose he would. That's Bogman there. Go ahead and put him there.
Augment 2.
Bogman too.
Yeah.
All right.
He will try and do his strangling hands, grabbing first the legs of this poor person walking on the difficult terrain.
oh yeah, that's it.
20 damage, and the target is grabbed.
Bogman. Oh, that's only if it misses. I was gonna say. Yeah. Whenever the Bogman is grabbing a creature. Okay. Okay, yes, he has a ability, a trait that says whenever he is grabbing someone, he gets +2 to all defenses. So
Oh.
he's empowered, basically using the poor rogue as a shield.
She
And then
probably lets out an exclamation, with a sensor from YouTube, and then I suppose Laura's right here. The Barkman is right down there. Fine. He wants to do this. Then she'll do this. She is pretty good at this after all. So she will just use her 3 basic attacks to claw him.
yes,
Claw him again.
yes.
And because she did 2 melee attacks, she can also do a bite.
Okay, 92 from 2 attacks, and then another 25. Wow.
It's like you made her into a striker, a murder hobo with a spark of bale within her. I can't imagine how she'd have that kind of damage output.
Well, the important
rips
thing
and
is that she
tears
has
into this
less than
monster.
me, all right, yes. An audible squeak was had. Yes. What I need to actually check. Ooh. I love when people have better speed than me.
I'll control the will-o-wisps, Eric.
Sure.
They're pretty simple enough for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can handle that.
Let's move here. All right. So when I move something that's invisible, how, I feel like when it comes close, they should get to do a check.
Well, especially with the possible rippling of water, since you're moving like that.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Right.
Should I do a stealth check first, or?
You could probably just
Did
use its passive, which is whatever check it has plus 10. And that's the DC.
Yeah.
So 30,
All right. And,
right? Or was it 25? That was the basic check.
It was plus 25,
So
so
a-
it was 35.
Okay, so
A
35.
passive
Okay.
check is as if you roll 10 on a result, Ari.
Oh,
That's how passive
okay.
checks are handled. Like how someone's passive perception is 10
Yes.
plus their modifiers.
Like,
Definitely see it.
Party gets a 45.
Yes, that definitely sees it. So I will reveal it. Haha.
Oh no, that's really close.
Yeah,
All right.
and then it's a will-o-wisp.
All right. The floating lights. I'll set these to fly and some other time. Just sort of like meander around out here, and let's see here. That's an attack close burst 20. Okay. Let me see here. Burst template. Yeah, 20.
It's
20 is
yours.
gonna do it. Yeah, 20 doesn't. It doesn't say it's a single target either. It just says blind creatures are one target in the burst. There we go. We'll go after the closest target, which will say Yinka. As the will-o-wisp attempts to lure the Thayan half-dragon into the swamp. 43 versus will miss Yinka.
Then it's another wisp.
It is another wisp turn. This will-o-wisp comes floating around over here. And we'll look at Roana and attempt to lure Roana into the swamp. The target is pulled 3 squares.
Yeah.
She is grabbed. How does that work?
Does the Bogman let go? Their allies?
That's a good question.
Well, that's the question that you answer.
Because normally forced movement breaks Scrabble, right? So the question is, does he want that against their friends? So
No.
okay, then I guess she won't be.
All right, Ari, way to go. Okay, just why would you? Why? Why is it no?
Because he gets all his shit is about being grappling the enemy.
Sure, okay. Whatever. Go on to Rana's turn then.
Rana.
Well, she wants to get to the wisp, I guess, but she'll start by stabbing this guy in the face. She doesn't like him.
I'll not hit.
Yeah.
They'll not hit either.
Well, that's terrible. She'll try to do her acrobatics to escape him.
Ooh.
And be against his reflex defense.
Sorry, I need to scroll back down. Nope.
She doesn't escape him. All right, it's her turn.
Then Phineas.
Yes, he sees an ally who needs help, and even though he's hurt, that is what he'll go do. So he'll go here, and he will use his divine smite.
That will hit even with the +2.
Likes it. I guess he'll like push it there. And
Anything
not get
else? Push it here?
Yeah, not get prone.
Does that break grab?
If you move away from the creature you're grabbing, you let go and the grab ends. So no, because the Bogman
it's
is
still
still
next-
within reach to
Okay.
grab Roana. Otherwise, that would have broken the grab.
You're hoping to kill it, but already
All right,
recommend.
this will-o-wisp flies, taunting and teasingly. Looks over at this Thayan wizard once more. Doesn't really know like what these red robes mean. Just wants to lure Yinka
Ooh.
inside. Come on in.
That's a hit. I guess she's
Sustain minor.
affected by the. Yeah, you can give it a similar yellow aura, maybe, so we know which one is.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, and I will give the will-o-wisp that yellow aura to show which one is
No.
affected.
It'd be a real mess.
All right, this will-o-wisp 6. It's like, yes, come in. Little titter and flicker of the lights. And we'll target Cineas here. 40 versus Will.
Yeah.
And pull him 3 squares, and we'll give him a different halo. We'll say a teal halo. Oh, that doesn't stick out well. Give him an aqua halo. And that'll end that will-o-wisp turn.
I see a light. To the light, my friends.
Yes, beckoning you ever in. This will-o-wisp 5. It comes over here. That is within range 20 of Lazarek. Fails to lure Lazarek in.
I hate water.
Yes, because he's never going through water again.
No. The will was not understanding with its limited intelligence. Huh?
Yes.
Covered in weird
Like-
bites and
The only thing you'll never do is like,
covered with poison.
All right. Well, they will see. I feel like it's not quite close enough, is it?
Oh, it's a pity. Like other things weren't lured closer to it, huh?
Wow. Yeah, I think it'll stay. Sorry. There's a hungry wisp.
All right, will-o-wisp 4 here. Flies this way, and everything's too far from it. So you'll just keep meandering on over here.
Just
it's
make
her-
the mist look good, you know?
Yeah, it's a backdrop
really-
lighting effect. Yeah.
That's really why man should put them there, you know? It's like, oh, the mist hack wants a fucking, alright, fuck.
Dazzling orbs back here.
Alright, failed experiment.
What? The what?
Something is creeping.
Alright, I'll take a look
Wow,
for
it
it.
is very slow.
A lot of things are creeping.
And definitely not stealthy. Yeah. An oozy amalgamation of bloody chum with body parts in it, trying to form a body and failing, sees its chance. These maybe are the parts it needs to be whole. And,
Mhm.
What the fuck have you created down here, Ari?
Look.
Yeah, Yenka sees that. It doesn't like the view of that. It
what?
also obscures.
She's gonna shame me for failed experience, the Thayan?
Yeah.
Oh, she's not into
Oh
doing
my god, I
linguistic.
can't believe that you would do this. Horrible thing.
Uncivilized.
That said, there's more concerning things right now, and that's these two Bog people because they are strangling her allies. And you know what? At first she was like these adventurers, but at this point she's like, actually we're running out pretty quick. So maybe I gotta do something to try to
These
keep
are
them alive.
incredibly, expendable.
So she will move up her hands and use the flame wave of the power. Close blast 5 to target those two Bogmen. It'll be Bogman 1 and then 2.
Close blast 5. Oh no!
Flame wave.
That's what I need to. Yeah. Yes. And yes.
So
That's
32
Good.
fire damage for both.
Yeah.
The targets are pushed 2 squares, so where would you like them to end up, Manikai?
let's put him like over here.
Okay. So I'll wait for Ari to deal the damage.
Yes.
Allies can hit them without having to enter the bog.
Okay. So push 2, and then push 2 would actually break that grab.
Let's hope. And they can both have the ongoing 15 fire. Savings.
I'm going 15 fire. I'll add
Just
that.
fries that whole part of the bog.
Save ends.
That guy's gonna die. All right.
And then move action. In this goopy place. She's got to deal with these wisps a little bit, so she will use her flame wings, I think.
Flame wing.
To make a fly 8 move. Oh, she almost get there and sort of move over and land. She has to land at the end.
The will-wisp is confused. Yes, come closer to me.
Yeah, this is perfect. I did it. I've never been this effective before.
It's gonna beat the one
Finally,
up,
after.
All right.
All right, that's it. She just doesn't like being involved, you know.
I understand.
There is something coming, and we will make it visible to poor Malachi.
Yeah.
And the viewers, I suppose. I think of them often.
All right. What the hell is that? What is it that they're seeing that approaches?
Yes, approaching them comes a amalgamate body sewn together of what was deemed the best parts that were available that have somehow been stitched well enough together that it stays. It is, I believe, quite undead. And it'll move.
Flesh golem thing.
Yeah, you know.
Oh, very fast one.
Hmm?
And fast too.
6? Is that?
Yeah. Oh.
Yes.
Yenka thinks maybe she should have gone the other way. But alas. Yenka thinks maybe she should have gone the other way. Now suddenly feels crowded. Alas.
Yeah, it definitely towers over. Again, like the limbs are not necessarily all proportionate because you gotta basically was built out of all the test subjects that were in here testing the dungeon that Manchun could, get in Westgate. There are lots of people who need
Interns,
money,
something.
and yeah, That's not really a problem. It's actually acquiring the good parts. And from over here, a cackle will sound, which I suppose will be quite creepy for the people who are very far away.
Mm-hmm.
A cackling sound, as Jinka will see a hag moving through the mist. She does not care about the swamp landscape. This is her domain. And let us see here what her ranges are. Oh,
Looks like
okay.
range 10.
Range 10, a lot of range 10. Still out of range then, huh?
Yep, still out of range.
She'll double move over here. And that's her turn.
Wait, monsters. Right. Well,
Lazarick is not by the water.
what's this?
Absolutely not.
Yes, I am leaving.
Never. All right. Well, Bogman 1 there is close to him, and I think honestly, right now his priority has shifted to just it's close to me. So, bold and destruction right on it. Just
No.
no.
God, he is not doing well. you know.
No, he really isn't. But alas, then he's gonna move like back here.
Yeah,
little
you
bit
saw
of-
the wisps. You know.
No, I don't really want to participate in this. You know,
Let's see here. How far are you away?
are the devils really worse? The real problem is he's gonna have to go back to those tunnels.
It has to go back through the water to get out of here.
First, this place. Prepare teleportation or something.
Yes, because
If only I had foreseen
long
this.
range teleportation out of my dungeon is
More horrid flesh things.
yeah. Oh, a new body, and this is a dragon's body. I mean, what could be better?
What could be better?
Yes, like even this weird creation knows
Somehow
that.
works well with the theme of the campaign, huh?
Yeah, the Elka. And then the next experiment here.
Look at this. Look at what Sigurdur has been doing. Exactly the same with people as was done to her. Pretty much.
Wow.
This is basically what she is, right?
Basically.
You will die. I can't believe I bought you ice cream earlier.
The Warlord. Rock.
Oh boy. Is there a lot to do all of a sudden?
He might not be able to see all of it.
No, but he's gonna tell
he can
just
hear.
tell Enora just to hit that thing. Please. He does a lot of damage with the big dragon.
She does. Which
Slash.
one?
That's
The
number
Bogman
one
one.
here.
Yeah.
Strike into it.
And loses all resistances.
Oh yeah.
It doesn't matter to keep track of for these
Oh, not
enemies.
these, but like.
I
shit.
understand. So you're looking
Ouch.
forward to this future of
Yeah. I'm like, diamond gloves are off. They're useless for these people. They do 5 different types of damage anyway. Alright. This guy is prone and takes 15 damage and dies.
Oh.
Good.
just burns to death in the swampy water.
Oh, where did we move him? Outside the map. This is a very big map. Do I remove token? Is that how to move them from initiative?
Yeah, you would right click and select. Okay, there you go. Then to Nora's turn.
Alright,
Oh,
let's see if we can
great.
finish up this one. Yenka will get help when her actual friends are saved, so it's gonna
God.
do the triple threat here.
Whereas I want those attack rolls.
Well, maybe you could have had them.
A part of me lives on in Yenka and so on, or in Yaffle, so
That's how it works.
in a way.
This thing's still alive. Alright, well, just gonna shift here.
Not for much longer, it's not. It dies, because
It
it
takes
is the monster
15
taking it.
damage. 2 hit points left.
Ugh. Yeah, it just reaches out its hand and it's like, ugh.
Yeah.
Or,
No thank you to being strangled by those things.
yeah, you know.
Big no. All right. Oh, there's a
Move to-
myriad of other things.
Not her anymore, please.
Wonder Woolwich 2 isn't reeling anyone in yet. Looks over at this, this rather dazzling character over here, Honora. Woolwich thinks that could work as a meal. Attempts to lure Honora in and fails. Sort of flutters around and like spirals out over here. It's its turn.
God, the cicatrix could be beaten by these dumb wisps.
This wisp, flutters over here. It tried to grab Rowana last turn and didn't succeed in the tug, but maybe this time. Against Rowana, 42.
Yeah.
That will
Do it.
full 3 squares. We'll give that a fuchsia halo and pull Rowana this way. Halo fuchsia. Which will mean it's Roana's turn now.
All right. Well, some. None of these guys are really. Should have brought a bow.
Yeah, I know.
I know that feeling.
Sort of make it here. I'm gonna sort of stab this thing.
Leads in. Oh yes, that it. The will-o-wisp is insubstantial, but it only has 1 hit point. Really minion.
Stabs it.
As it goes, so too will the pull on Cineas.
She'll sort of hang onto the
This
tree
is
there with one hand,
detonated.
just reach out a dagger and like slash it. Magically. That's it though. Move
Move that.
Stab.
Yes, Cineas. I'll remove the halo. You are no longer being pulled.
Yeah, he's still well.
Still in the difficult terrain water.
2, 4 there. And then he will ready a helmet strike here on approach, thinking that maybe the failed experiment of them coming for him. So steady himself on the tree and get ready to lash out or whatever comes close.
Alright. The Will-O-Wisp, not an attack roll against Yinka. It looks like though this is a sustained minor, so doesn't need to keep making this attack. We'll just pull
makes the
Yinka
attack,
another
but-
3 squares.
It makes the attack, but it makes it as a minor action.
Will-O-Wisp flutters around, and then as a move action, just to go hang out by the mist hag. Yes, Lord, bring you closer to pain. It's gonna Will-O-Wisp turn. Which will take us to Will-O-Wisp 5. Wow. It knows its meal. It's within reach. Lazarek, you get over here. Oh.
Oh
Maybe
no!
next turn. That's the end of that Will-O-Wisp turn.
No.
Such vile
that's-
monsters.
Yes. Yes. Well. Something else lurks. Smelling.
Oh.
Finally, meat. Not this dead flesh that haunts these lands.
Fresh meat.
Yes. Yes. Meat's back on the menu, boys! Yes.
Swim speed of 8.
Grrr. Aaron needs to check.
That was 9. 8.
Oh, 8.
And then what? You gonna have a charge, maybe?
Yeah, sorry, I'm frantically reading.
I got you. No worries.
Reach 4.
I suppose, yeah. Reach 4. Oh, that rogue, Roana, just within reach of the immense eel, like striking out from the mist.
There's. Yeah.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Yeah, no, that's a hit.
38 damage!
The target is grabbed.
Target is dead.
Really? Oh,
Well, the Misteel got its meal. Maybe that will be a
Yeah.
worthy sacrifice.
okay. Well, it has something for retrieve, but no one is here.
He's holding on to the tree, and then suddenly just snapped out of this monster coming out of the water.
I think it takes like half the tree, just and yanks it. It's a hungry will-o-wisp.
Maybe
Yes,
that's
hungry
usually
will was for. All right, well, it'll get to have a meal there for. It rushes over
Oh no! It's
It-
taking them all.
as a move action, and then as a standard action. We'll say Sidious has cover here through the fucking. It's a burst
Yeah.
attack.
distracted.
I know it's a burst attack that wouldn't apply, but there's a huge eel there. 39 versus Will.
Still does it.
Still does it. All right, he'll be
No.
pulled
Excuse me.
3 squares towards the eel.
Oh.
We'll give him a lime halo.
Move, Mr. Eel, I need to pass you.
Please. All right. Failed experiment number 2. Seize the dragon body. Soon it will be whole again. Well, it has never been, but one can dream. And when you are in Aura 2, a bloodied enemy will take a penalty to saving throws. Grah!
That hits.
Target is weakened until the experiment drops to 0 HP.
It is a
Damn.
minion.
Yeah. Yeah.
As
I
it
get
starts to just, drain the life out. Oh, how it
Oh
hungers.
no.
You didn't like that at all.
Yeah.
That's terrible. All right. Well, there's a recharge roll there on the wings. Then there will be a standard action to claw that thing instead of try to.
Yes, that will
Yes.
hit.
swipe
Free
at it.
from being weakened.
No, thank you.
Hard
Ugh.
pass.
And then we'll use the wings again to sort of do a flying jump 8. You know, might get the feet wet, but that getting a little bit far into all of that, so it's not what she's into.
Yeah, maybe a little overextended.
And you know what? I think it's time to
Oh.
spend an action point because second combat. So she'll spend an action point and then look down to that giant monster that's down there, the big thing here. And tell you what, she'll place there a rain of fire. It's Airburst 1, so she'll target the experiment and the big eel. So the experiment first, and the eel.
Experiment will be hit.
And the eel will be as well.
That is
And
35 fire damage, ongoing 25 damage.
35. Ongoing. Oh, you're typing that. You're right.
As she calls down more flaming bolts from the sky, ripping open a tear. And to light this eel on fire, because she figures being in the water, it seems likely it's going to come for her, and she doesn't want any of that. So but just Roanna is gone, like gone, swallowed by.
Oh yeah. Oh no, yeah. She's
She doesn't, it's just some.
Cool.
This is tasty meal.
We gotta get the adventurer's gear back.
Yeah. Oh God! Why did you give them that item? You're stupid, Gaff. I mean, hello, whatever. Yeah. Sorry. Right, speed 6. This abomination, however, will charge her and do a combination attack. Aha! Yeah!
That is a hit. And it's slam.
And miss tag.
Mustang will have to move closer, but we'll be able to take a standard action to attack.
Yeah. That would also be Yenka, I suppose. Choking mist. Oh. Move from. Sorry, reading again. Oh, all right. Yes, she will gather the myths around and try to choke Yenka in them. The choking mist.
Miss.
Oh,
Will not hit.
yeah, the very mist threatens to coalesce around the Thayan wizard.
She's like
But-
her
but-
wings, perhaps, just flapping.
but banishing the mist.
Oh,
That's right.
Just see what his range is, because
He's about to leave the
I
dungeon.
think at this point he's just selfish. So he sees this thing trying to get him up here. He'll just try to blast that will wisp 5 up there. Just
Oh yes, it is. It is crushed. We will no longer be hunting him.
ah,
Oh. Yes,
all right.
he did it. That's a failed experiment. Oh, another failed experiment. Obviously, if his secretary had done this herself, they wouldn't have failed. So just wanted to clarify that. Can it charge from here? Yes. Oh. No? That's not a
Speed-
straight line. 5, right?
Yeah, speed is 5.
We'll just move here. Just in case the eel doesn't finish this. It's not really that intelligent. It sees a body.
Sinead did prepare an attack when something came adjacent to him.
Right,
True.
yeah.
He'll swing his. How about that?
No!
That
Yeah.
means Cineas will be moved into initiative just before failed experiment 1.
I tried.
Well. Yes, but he already went, right? The failed experiment. Yeah. Oh! Yes. Not relevant because he doesn't have any saving throws, but he now has a minus to his saving throws. Oh, another failed experiment. Oh, it's so far away.
That's right.
The bodies are getting away!
No. No, don't let them. They must be whole. I swear it just wasn't that one.
Oh.
Enora.
I was rocking first, right? And he needs to. He needs to get some allies out of this bind. So, move first. Move over here. Then he will say, move! Allow
Oh, sorry.
2 of his allies
There.
to shift their speed. So, there you can get 3. And Sineas here can go there.
Oh,
That's it.
Alright. Now it's Anora's turn.
yes.
A lot of targets all of a sudden. Eel still seems somewhat the worst at the moment. So she will time to actually begin throwing down some of these real attacks.
Was
But that's a close blast.
Cineas in range 2 to the aura 2 to the eel? No, he was 3, right?
He was 3,
Okay.
I think.
Because it has a slowing aura.
Ah.
He didn't
So he
start his
was
turn
there.
either, though. But,
Was he there?
Yeah, but he didn't start his turn, so
Oh, okay.
just,
Yes,
matter.
but it's time to try to do this. The area burst 3. See how big it burst is. a burst. It's a pretty big burst. Given that. All right. Up there.
Oh, damn.
All right.
There.
There you go.
There we go. As Nora will channel the red scales on her body to cast down a burning web, pulling forth sticky sort of napalm-like substance against the abominable creation first.
Yes. Oh,
Well, it's not a
okay.
living creature.
I was
suppose.
taking minions.
Should-
Okay, abomination. Yeah, that will hit definitely.
Then number 3,
That's 21 fire damage.
and the eel.
And the eel is also hit. I don't think she can miss any of my guys.
That is 21 fire damage, and they're restrained and take ongoing 25 damage. Save it, throw.
Restrained. Restrained. And ongoing.
Beyond that, there's now a sticky burning web zone there that lasts until the end of the encounter. It's difficult terrain, and any living creature that ends its turn there is restrained and takes ongoing.
Ongoing. Ongoing 20 fire damage. Yike.
Which means that Eel has 2 separate ongoing 20 fire damages.
Yeah.
They're covered in
Which means that Eel will be taking 40 damage at the start of its turn.
It also needs to be restrained.
It also does need to be restrained, yes.
Ah, there we go. Alright. Did the eel take damage? Nope. It did
No.
take damage. Damage 21. Here we go.
And I'll factor in that the ongoing 20 fire is X2.
Alright.
From 2 separate sources. Alright, Hungry Will-O-Wisp 2 still doesn't have a proper target to latch onto. They do have some intelligence, but, maybe it just needs to warm up one more time
Yeah.
on a Nora. Alright. Will-O-Wisp with 8 intelligence is like, I'm gonna find someone else. Fuck this. It goes to, fly over here. I'm gonna find another meal. It's the end of its turn. Which will take us to Hungry Will-O-Wisp 3. That will fly this way. And then sustain Minor to pull Cineas 3 squares forward. Does he get a saving throw whenever he enters zones?
This one is the purple one, right? That was one with Brana.
That's true. He does need to make that attack roll. In that case, I suppose it'll be overriding on Cineas then.
Yes, he'll be pulled, then have to make a saving throw. If she fails,
Alright.
which means he's pulled into the thing.
Okay. Let me go ahead and replace his Halo with the fuchsia one.
And now he's restrained, taking ongoing 20 fire. Not gonna work out well for him.
Okay.
As he wades through the burning sticky webs.
Right. This Will-O-Wisp floats over here and does sustain Minor on Yinka to drag her back through the air 3 spaces. That'll be end of its turn.
Ugh, the murderous eel takes 40 damage.
Takes 40 damage and is restrained.
Ugh. Restrained is can't move.
It's just held there by the webbing.
Can still attack, yes?
Yeah, restrained. You grant combat advantage, you're mobilized, you can't be forced to move by pull, push, or slide, and you take a -2 penalty to attack rolls.
Alright, well, luckily, I've reached 4.
Mhm.
So, it is a bite on Cineas. Grrr! Oh,
Misses.
-2. No.
Even
It
though the
misses.
monsters are- It's balanced
Yes.
out by the combat advantage, but
Yeah.
it's still-
And then we'll try and save twice, I suppose. Come on.
First the just ongoing damage, and then the
No.
ongoing restraint.
No.
Good.
And then the restraint, or is the restraint
No,
part
it's the
of?
same as the last time.
Okay.
The eel is trapped within the burning sticky
Ah,
web.
this is what I usually do.
This Hungry Will-O-Wisp 4, like, what? Fine, we still get to eat from the same thing. I guess I'll go pull someone else.
Pull me out.
Like, goes to, like, fly over here. Looks at Rockin, and attempts to lure Rockin. 36 versus will miss the Warlord. That will be the end of the Hungry Will-O-Wisp's turn. Bring us to Yinka.
I think it gets a recharge on her wings of fire. She does get them back. Very good.
I was gonna say she's been doing great on those.
And then she needs to do something to this horrible monster. She'll turn to it and use her burning breath as a standard action here on the abomination.
Yes.
Oh no. 38 fire damage. And the abominable creation is blinded. I'll add that.
Okay.
She's no interest in staying here, so she'll activate her wings again to fly eat. Over here. I will get pulled into that fire.
I'm gonna say it does have this aura, but again, with these rolls, doesn't matter. Ugh. Ugh, that hurt me.
Yep, that's her.
Alright.
It'll be
Then
the abominable creation
it's
that takes 20
blinded.
damage.
Yeah, takes 20 damage and hopefully.
Blinded and restrained.
Yeah. Alright. Time to save, I suppose.
Yes.
Okay, restrained. Hey!
That breaks the restrained and ongoing.
Yes.
Is it the
and
same thing?
blinded. Ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo.
That's true.
Clear the state. We're
Right,
free.
We're free!
Ooh.
Miss Tag's turn.
Yes. Ah, she keeps slipping away.
You know,
It's
do
these
him
damn-
apart, boss. She flies further than I can pull.
Yeah, we're not going in there. Have to. Well, alright. She doesn't actually need to do that. He'll burn up. Alright. Miss Tag. Is it within range of Yinka again? And she will try to do the mist on the wind on Yinka. Oh,
Ugh.
boo.
That's
No. The wind, the wings once again buffet away this mist. The hag
Trying
tends to
to
swirl.
snag her. And then it's Lasseric.
so many bad things happening all around, really. None of which he likes. That said, maybe he has just what needs to be. Nope. He kind of has something that would be great here, but it's not far enough range, and he's not going to go closer right now. He's going to see this experiment here. He's like, that thing's coming for me, I think, and then he's going to try to destroy it.
Which experiment one?
That one.
That will
That'll hit.
that will definitely hit. Yeah, I was gonna
Hello,
say like,
sir.
oh, that's
Yeah.
reflex. Yes.
It's the only. Well, it was the only experiment left. Now it is. It is gone.
Ah. Well, I mean, it was the failed one. So.
Sinius collapses, burning alive in the sticky webs.
Drawn,
He is a living
drawn too
creature.
much to
Thanks,
the...
Yinka. Or was I? Wait, that was herself. That was
That was
Anora.
Yaffle. Those guys.
Yeah.
Drawn by the wisp into the fire.
Just rocking.
Well, crap. He doesn't really have a lot of people to inspire anymore.
That's no problem.
But he can again now. Strike. Basic attack. Alright, well, that still works. I'm gonna walk a little bit backwards here. Just tell Anora to strike that hag. She can make a single basic attack. Use a ray of thunder.
Basic attack?
That's a
That's
40,
a basic attack?
45. Yeah, that's-
Yes. I mean, the hag?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, definitely
so
hit.
22 damage and it's weakened.
Oh. Mm.
What do you mean the hag doesn't have a healing surge to lose?
Healing surge. This bitch still healing surges. Of
Doesn't
course she
steal him,
does.
just evaporate him. Unless you want to be weakened.
Yeah, as an at-will basic attack?
Yeah. She's been
Yeah,
fed on
of
lots of delicious draconic essence.
Uh-huh. I hate her.
Alright.
Okay, well now it's her again.
It
So
is her. Yes. And she needs to deal with this golem thing. Because otherwise that's gonna come and hurt people.
yeah, she did hurt people herself just now. She did great.
Yeah. But it's hard to. There's so many enemies right now. And she feels like she has very few allies at this point. That's sad. Might be able to get it. That's not the best choice. So she'll go here. Stand on this rotting body part.
Yeah, body. Yeah.
And then she
You've
will
activated the trap.
open her mouth for her corroding breath as the black scales on her body ignite. And she does the mist tag and the golem.
Alright.
Alright, they both take 31 acid and fire damage.
Yes.
And they both gain vulnerable 15 all, the save ends. And they're both knocked prone. Well, Ares doing that. Anything else for the turn, Banako? Alright. Cool. Hungry Will-O-Wisp 2 is not pulling a target right now. Flies over here to be adjacent to the hag.
You have concealment. Oh, it's only if you start your turn there.
Yes. This entity right here has proven to be too powerful for this wisp to pull. Let's try someone else. Let's try Rockin'. No, cannot pull Rockin'. Hungry Will-O-Wisp 3 ran out of a target to pull. Flutters around.
One has apparently been the reason for 2 people's deaths so far. Get the auras here.
Yes, Hungry Will-O-Wisp 3 moves there. And Rockin' is within 20, so it'll try to pull Rockin'. That will succeed. We'll give Rockin' a Fuchsia Aura and pull him the 3 this way. Will-O-Wisp 1 uses Sustain as a minor action, which pulls Yinka out this way. And then titters and flies out over here. Which takes us to Murderous Mist Eel, who takes 40 fire damage, Ari. And still can't move.
Still can't move. Nothing
can't
in
move.
range.
Nothing in range.
It
He
is
killed
sad.
everything in range.
Hmm?
He killed everything in range.
Well-
So, yeah. turn ends and make 2 saves. One against one ongoing
Yeah.
fire, the other against ongoing and restrained.
Oh, Billy. Yeah, okay, sorry. Yes. Come on. Nope. Come on. Nope.
All right. The eel continues to roast within the sticky webs.
I know. Gonna end up dying in this.
I'm like, all right,
I
this
need your
will.
wisp to pull my heel out. It's the only way.
Wisp has intelligence of 8. Roll 1d2. It doesn't make sense. This Nora over here, though. We might be
Yeah.
onto something. This Wisp doesn't know better.
Yeah, she looks
51
like the...
versus
That'll
Will.
do it.
Ooh, hey.
We'll give
That'll
her
do
She
it.
looks like the anime protagonist, you know?
Give
Get
her the
her.
Lime Halo and pull her 3 spaces. This can't reach there, so we'll pull 3 spaces. Yeah, this way. The Wisp flutters over here. Tee-hee-hee-hee-hee. That's the end of the Wisp turn. Yinka.
Oh, Yankee, what do you have left even? Well, let's recharge.
The fire wings?
Yep. It's a good.
Has
good
he
ability.
not recharged at this combat?
He has not recharged.
Yeah, damn. It's like me when I was killed in fire, you know?
Yeah, she sees that abomination being vulnerable. That's an opportunity. So she'll use the arcane barrage to just try to push it backwards.
That's just
Yes,
for the hit.
that was it. It's 47? Yeah?
Yeah, it'll be 47
Yeah.
damage.
I can math.
I think it
Ooh,
and the
it's
hag
bloody.
are also prone, right? Breath
I
of-
They
don't...
would be, yes.
Oh, prone, okay.
I can go ahead and add that.
And so she'll
And
push it like
dazed.
that way.
Sure, it was already in the space anyway.
Going to make it end its turn in there again. And then
Alright.
she'll try to not be exposed like this. It's unpleasant. Go there. Not use. No, don't use the wings yet.
Volatile creation is not restrained, but has 1 action.
Yes.
It's prone and difficult terrain.
Prone, not difficult terrain for these monsters,
Oh,
but
no, the webs
prone
are.
all the time. Oh, you're
yeah,
right. The webs are.
Just looking. Nice creature. Yeah, really does not have a lot for that.
I imagine
So,
not.
yeah, you know, I guess it'll stand up.
Okay, and when it ends its turn, it automatically becomes restrained and
Yeah,
takes 20
what is it
ongoing
supposed
fire
to do?
damage. But turn of order, does it make a save against vulnerable first, or would it take the 35 damage?
No, it
Okay.
would get the ongoing at the end of its turn, so it wouldn't take it this round.
Right. My bad.
So, save?
Yeah, you make a save against the vulnerable. Yeah, the vulnerable.
Yes.
Take it out.
Yeah,
Not
no
that.
longer vulnerable. It's gonna no longer be dazed because its turn has ended. But it will be restrained and taking 20 ongoing fire at the start of its next turn.
Yes. No dazed. Ongoing.
Which leaves us with the
20 fire?
20 fire. Yeah,
God, these are high numbers here.
it's
Mistag.
the prone, weakened, vulnerable mistag.
Yes. Luckily, she's okay with lying in the mug.
who has tried to influence Yinka with the mist twice and failed both times.
I know. You know what? Hag is gonna try and hit her abomination here.
All right.
It needs to get the fuck out of that.
It is restrained, so just reminding you that it also makes it unable to be pushed or pulled by effects.
Yes.
Yes.
Restrained targets can't be forced to be moved by push, pull, or slide. It is removed from play
Oh, well, all right.
Well, only
if it hits.
right? Would it, like, I don't know how friendly fire works.
It really doesn't.
Even if you granted like combat advantage because the creation wanted to be hit, that would still miss.
Yeah. Oh,
I
you can't even
remember-
use your own guy.
I remember a circumstance where I asked Manikai whether I could use one of my powers to pull Jonas's character, Tilraxos, out of an owlbear's grasp. And Manikai said, yeah, sure, you get a bonus to the attack roll. But I still had to do it.
Yeah. All right. And she'll move back a little here.
She's prone.
Oh, she's prone. She'll stand up.
Save.
Oh, there it is.
Right, the weekend was a save ends.
All right. Yes.
The
So save ends.
save
for
ends on the
vulnerable.
weekend.
Oh,
And the
Weekend.
vulnerable.
vulnerable. Okay, still vulnerable.
All right, Lazarek.
All right. Now things are actually feeling much better. Things are much further away from him. She enjoys. The closest thing is the hag, so he'll just fire on the hag. Bolt of destruction.
Yes.
More Thayan magic
54 points of damage.
blasting away.
You don't like that.
He's counting on. Let's start now.
Rockin'.
Gonna try to recharge. Okay, he does. He's got all his abilities. What's more important here? I don't think he could really. I don't think he really wants to command the Thayans. Honestly, they sort of just don't really. It doesn't feel right for him to be able to do that. But he will tell Anora to strike, hit something. And I think, given her current situation, she will try to aim it at the wisp over here. Might have cover. But,
Yeah.
But she wants to.
You'll still be getting a +2 to that attack bonus.
Wants to not be.
She wants to not be lured into her own trap.
Let me tell you, 56 does very much
Yeah.
obliterate
Oh, barely.
the wisp reflex. She is no longer being pulled by the halo.
Walking himself, of course, still being pulled, but you're less in the danger zone than she is.
All right, Anora.
Famously right after.
Yeah. It's like she has 2 turns. It's great.
So it's the power of the warlord.
I thought you took care of her multiple turns.
Well, it's time to. No. He has a good power, but it's just so close range that it's not really viable. We'll just fire at the hag up there, trying to take use of the vulnerability. So that would be 2 blasts, and she'll.
Yes.
That'll be 24 plus 15 plus 27 plus 15, 81 points of damage on the hag.
Lord. She is fully bloodied.
It. All right.
And Or's weakened, right?
This weekend.
Yep,
So
as
you said
weakened.
Weakened would be weakened. Man, this hag has not
Okay.
hit anything.
Yeah, all right, Hungry Will-O-Wisp 2. Well, okay. So, the Will-O-Wisp did fail multiple times against Anora, but it was proven that it can be done. The creature can be grabbed. Gonna flutter over here and try to lure Anora back into the swamp and fail. There's a Will-O-Wisp 3. Will sustain as a minor, tugging Rockin' in, seeking to isolate him.
and will fly over this way. Will-o-wisp 1 is all the way over here. Will sustain as a minor to drag Yinka in, like so, and then we'll actually fly here, because that's a sustain minor, and then as a move, it'll do that, and then as a standard, charge.
What?
Had to go to yeah, charge.
Incredible.
Closest square.
That's
Go attack. Plus 2 to the attack roll. 34 versus reflex.
That misses.
Yeah.
That's rough.
As the wisp, you know, having played with Yinka for long enough, seizes its moment to not grab it. Damn.
Yes, I guess she literally could see it coming, like blinking, the fucking Daft Punk concert,
Yeah.
disco.
It's been twisting out there for like 24 seconds, like pulling her in.
Yeah, she's like, oh, look at me, and this guy's still
burning
restrained.
Eel takes 40 damage.
You shouldn't cook eel like this. It's too hard. You should do slowly sear it in butter.
It is pretty slow. It's not even bloodied yet.
Hasn't even gotten to eat anyone.
Yes.
Save. Yes. Oh.
All right. And then the other save.
Yes.
Okay.
We are free. Well, I mean, for now. But for now. Oh. No more 40 automatic damage. That's Yenka.
Mm-hmm. We'll lash
right
out
there.
at this wisp. Boss.
Yes,
Oh my god.
The wisp is resolved.
She'll get back on land. That's it.
Did she recharge her wings?
Yep, she has a.
Oh, okay.
Alright, Bobble
Yes.
Creation. Ongoing 20.
Ongoing 20 restraint. Alright. We're in it. Ugh. Alright. I guess it is the time to save,
Would be.
All these creatures don't have ranged, so the big hitters. Save. Oh, wait, that was not what I wanted. Okay, save. Nope. Oh,
Alright,
we're still stuck here.
still stuck there.
The mist tag. Maybe this time she can
Maybe this
save
time.
her buddy.
Oh, she's gonna attack the monster instead of one of the enemies.
Yes,
Okay.
he wants her big fucking bodyguard next to her. Oh no,
Well-
she can't do it.
That was a natural one.
Yeah. And I guess she'll try and save against the vulnerable?
And then the weakened.
Oh, yeah.
Somehow we can work in her favor when she
Yeah.
attacks her ally.
Hmm?
Somehow we can
Oh,
work in
yeah,
her
that's true.
stays weakened.
Oh.
So, not
Stays weakened.
vulnerable, still weakened. That's true, I didn't even consider that. I just did the math and I'm like, well, either take 20 damage or it could take 17 damage. So,
Well, Lazarek's turn.
Attacking that hag went pretty well. So just gonna keep doing that.
I mean, he's not wrong.
40 acid and fire damage.
God.
Hag doesn't have much left.
No, she does not.
Having utterly fit. This happens with monsters sometimes.
It was like-
Just
Yes, you're like, alright, I mean,
swing and miss.
I feel like this is the quintessential, like, DM thing where you're like, oh, I have cool monsters, and then the players just roll them, and you're like, oh, okay.
Alright,
They got
Rockin'.
controlled.
Does not feel good about
You are in
this.
difficult terrain.
Move. Let's do a recharge. See if we can tell someone to attack. No. I guess then he double moves to get back on land. That's it. Sees that eel being free, and he's like, no,
It is free.
I need to grant people extra attacks. That's much more better than getting eaten.
And then it's the Nora.
Yeah, gotta try to finish off the hack. That seems
Yeah,
perfect.
it'll be
So,
easy.
so that's
I don't think she
ram.
can fail. Yes. Blah.
And then we'll direct the other one on that will-o-wisp too. Yeah,
What?
charge people now. So.
Will-o-wisp 2. No, no!
Put up this dangerous weapon.
Plus
Don't want to be pulled into it.
39? Fuck.
Well, you know. And then she'll also. That's it.
Yeah, that's it. All right.
Alright, so Hungry
no.
Will-o-wisp 3, as a minor action, sustains to bring the Warlord out here. Move.
You can do it.
Yeah!
Yes.
It's
The
Well
Will-o-wisp
done.
crits.
Ah ha ha ha. You're the wrath of the wisp.
Murderous Eel's turn.
Oh,
Not taking any ongoing effects.
not taking any fucking ongoing effect. I see.
the web squares are difficult terrain, and if you end your turn in, it's bad. There you go.
You'll also want to keep to the water.
Yes, I was just yes. Oop. You really need to dig those deeper, you know.
Man, soon.
Wouldn't really have been a problem if they were ambushed in the middle of it. Bad.
So it has to double move, I guess. For hi.
It does provoke.
Moving there would provoke an attack of opportunity, Ari.
Oh.
You can't just move here and then move here.
Here.
Without provoking.
There.
All right. Yeah, you're good.
Haha.
Good coming.
He's slowed if he starts his turn here.
True.
There's
Just
Yenka.
bad news.
Yeah, slowed in difficult terrain. That is pretty bad news.
Yanka. At least the abominable creation is handled for now. She's gonna shoot the eel. That seems pertinent.
The eel is
Yes.
shot.
Would it shock you to say that my eel is not super dexterous?
She's gonna push it 3 backwards.
Acid,
Yes.
fire, cold. Yeah, is that gonna push it 3 just up on land?
Just away, yeah. Just not close to
Oh,
anyone.
And then dazed.
At the end of its next turn. This just gets barraged by projectiles. That's it.
Bottle
yes.
creation
okay.
takes ongoing 20 fire and ends its turn and has to
And-
make a
yeah.
saving throw.
Yeah. I fucking knew it. In my mind, I was like, it's gonna be a 1. It's gonna be a 1.
Lazarek.
Does his thing, because that's the only long range thing he's got here. So it's just blasting the eel.
At the eel, yeah, I
He
figured.
just doesn't want to be eaten. And, honestly, it'd be pretty easy if something got close to him.
Yeah.
Yes, it would.
Recent experience with the eels and all that, you know.
Yeah, don't like him. Don't like him. He's anti-fish creatures.
Yeah.
Walking here. Just gonna do his recharge roll.
Oh, he's not slowed anymore. Because he
Well,
didn't
he
start
wouldn't
his turn.
Recharge roll
Yeah.
back, but he will actually just strike this wisp. He doesn't like this.
The wisp, despite its insubstantial nature, does in fact only have a single hit point. The lights are all banished.
And Nora.
Yeah. Let's
Yes, I guess it's dark
let's
now.
finish this, right? So let's just blast this eel.
Blast is 26. That is an 8 and not a 6. 26 and 28. Yikes. And it's weakened. There we go. Wow. At all?
No, she's not going to spend an action point.
Okay.
Do it again.
Oh no. Not my eel. Yeah, that's gonna kill it. I'm not even gonna bother adding that together. That's more than 50.
Yeah, that's 57.
Oh.
Blast.
Down goes the eel, shuddering. Its contents of the two adventurers that had snagged, come spilling out of its guts.
Honestly, there wasn't that much adventure left. They were like 10 and 30 HP. Like, they were pretty gnawed already. It's very unhappy.
Turns to the abominable creation.
Yes. Well, it's Yenka first.
Yep. And she's just going to barrage it.
Yes.
I think it's worth just ending this combat. I don't think the abominable creation is
Yeah.
going to be able to get out of there.
Not in time.
No.
Right now, it'll take the... Yeah, I think. Grr.
Alright. There is
Wow, that was a very different combat.
4 people left. The original.
Combat is over. You may
Yeah.
take a short rest.
Milestone.
A milestone has been reached.
Oh. Oh. Okay. Alright. Alright. And I suppose we'll put them over on the stair. Right? We'll make their way through the swamp. This time there isn't really much of their friends left to sort of handle.
Now, it is half an hour past playtime.
Oh, yeah.
Are we going to...
We're probably gonna stop here and continue next time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Leave everyone with a descriptive message of what they see coming up.
Begin to
It's like a
ascend
the stair.
cliffhanger hook.
They walk up a stair. And, behold, a tall cavern. And in the distance, for a tiny windling road, is a tall, tall wizard's tower. The blinking spire, even though there's really nothing that should make it blink. And weird, oppressive feeling in the air.
How is this possible? How has a wizard's tower been erected here? We'll never know, Jer.
I decided that I also wanted a weird, ostentatious wizard. And,
No,
What is
how has
more-
a wizard
what
tower
is-
been erected here?
what is more dumb than making a big cave just to have a tower in it? He dug out a giant cave so that he could build a wizard's tower in it and have people walk a lot of stairs.
Walking as Nora moves forward, walking behind, will grab Yenka and whisper to her, "What have you done? Is this some sort of Thayan trick?" She looks up at it.
Yeah.
It's a suicide mission. She'll say it's a suicide mission for all of us. She is the only one who has to make it. Which he will sneer. Yes, let's be honest. It's too far to go back now. He wouldn't make it.
And Nora would.
Yeah, but then she
He's
just
fine.
lost all her friends for nothing.
Yeah, that's true. That's a thing.
Oh, all right. Well, yeah. What a thing. How was it, Ari?
Chaotic. I definitely will say, I don't want like that's the first time DMing. This is very big scale. I think if I ever DM again, I'll start at level 1 and throw like 3 wolves at the party, and
Yeah.
they'll knock them prone maybe, and it definitely has another perspective. I had Grimmeth helping me, typing in stuff and yeah,
Yeah.
a
Give
lot.
give a view of what it's like to be on the other side of things.
Yes.
I'll say
Uh,
this is probably a common feeling, but it felt very much like these monsters were. There were so many of them, and quite scary. Whenever a token was revealed, I was like, oh yeah, that's a thing too. Oh yeah, I forgot about the eel until it showed up, and I was like, oh,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah.
Is this unbalanced somehow? But no, I think that's just how the players are supposed to feel. I have of course Anora, who's completely overpowered.
I was gonna say
That
she's
that's
not
at least
taking any
that's the
damage.
crutch, carrying. So,
Oh,
okay,
she's
I
taken
can-
40 hit points of temp HP, so
Yeah.
Yeah,
Next time we'll continue with this and perhaps finish it and start the
the real
what
deal.
comes after.
Yeah. A
Yeah.
nice chat.
And, yeah, I mean at that point, who knows? So,
It was definitely fun trying to design like rooms. Though will say me and Grim had talked about like different themes and such, and then I was also just like, what would look cool? Yes, a swamp with will-o-wisps. That's that's a classic. Any wizard's lair should have that, right?
yeah.
Uh.
Well, we also wanted it to be a little bit of a Cicatrix, right? Because
Yeah,
it's sort of
exactly.
it's your chance to get the dragon there experience.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I have made some quick sketches, but yeah. Maybe I'll post them in the art on the server at one point.
That's right.
For the
We
rooms.
didn't talk about who the artist was for all the monster roster they faced thus far.
Yeah.
Oh yes, I drew that. Which very rushed all of a sudden. I will say before the hour I had before work today, I got a lot done.
Oh, it was great.
I got a lot of tokens done.
It's
Yeah.
cool thematic sort of creepy art, I'd say.
Yeah, I'm glad
All
you
these-
think so.
these
I
various
figured that it
visuals.
should be, given the sort of theme.
It certainly makes it your dungeon when even you made the art.
Yeah, I think I really decided on it. Like I was joking in the beginning, like, oh, I'll draw it, But then like I had looked at trying to assemble monsters and stats and I didn't understand any. Well, I understood it, but there was just so much. So when I realized that, like, yeah, I would probably not be much help doing that, I was like, all right, well, then I'm going to make token pictures. uh, and then once you've made half, you're like, well, it would look weird having half of them and then not the other. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I will make a save of the server here, and then next time I can simply
Yes.
rehost it. Thank you. I had
Thank you.
I had a good time. If it's been a long day
It has been a long day. Yeah.
work and such, but yeah, it was a pleasure. I still whenever I go to session now, I think, man, we're almost there. Like, it's just been a long journey.
Keep
Uh,
being like surprised. I'm not like, oh yeah, shit, this dungeon, and then like, there's not. It's. I don't understand. And I haven't even been there. Like you guys have played for like I don't know
3 years, I think.
1 or 2 years before I was here. I don't know.
Sometime.
Sometime.
But, yeah.
That's cool. Well,
Yeah.
man, I gotta seeing Yaffle is also fucking terrifying. It's like what? Oh, all right, great.
You planned about how you're going to deal with her, right?
You have time
You're
now
it's
to
a
think
dungeon.
about.
That's how I was going to deal with her.
I was gonna say I planned a dungeon this time.
Which is part of dealing, in a way.
Well,
Would be
yeah
harder to get
and
all these
no.
guys with
I
her.
was in the beginning. I was like, well, there should be like ice damage because I was like, well, but that's not what my dragon does. But it also means that a lot of my shit is not actually effective against her. Because I mean, even if it hurt her, she has basically resistances to all our elements,
Because she
which is
is
most of them,
part of
right?
well, yeah.
Yeah, which is so it's like acid and poison is probably not the best idea, but it's also what like is thematically appropriate, I guess.
It's true. Well, let's be honest. I mean, when she encounters you, it's going to be with like hammer and knife damage, primarily. So beating her in the face. But yeah, we'll see.
We'll see.
Well,
Yes.
she could have had twice the turns. So
That is true, and
That's,
twice the temp HP. God, the attack rolls, As a striker, they just make me drool. Just...
she's a solo
Wow.
creature. She's supposed to be able
Wow.
to fight by herself.
Yeah, I think she can.
Yeah. That said, it's
Unfortunately,
always
it's not.
nice to chat, but I think I'm gonna go get some
Yes.
sleep and maybe go to the bathroom. What do you think?
Goodbye, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Thanks for playing. I'll see you next
Thank
week.
you.
And yeah, thanks for watching. Good night.